rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. May Allah's peace, mercy, and blessing be upon you all. University leaders, keynote speakers, presenters, organizers, and valued attendees who came from all over the world today to join us at this event hosted by the Education Research Lab under the guidance of the College of Humanities and Sciences at Prince Sultan University in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, located in Riyadh. It is our honor and pleasure to welcome you all. The second International Symposium on Education Research emphasized the global transformation of education and learning trends, re-evaluating education in the endemic world. Our symposium tackled many themes within education field related to inclusiveness and equity in the endemic era, new remedial approaches in education, emerging trends, and learning beyond the classroom. Following up on the last year's symposium, the speakers we invited today have aspired us to provide a window in current development by examining existing gaps and shortages, as well as good practices and aspiring opportunity that is discussed within education capacity, teaching and learning. With this, allow me to come to conclude to my words by thanking you all for participating in the second International Symposium in Education Research. We appreciate you taking the time to participate to our mission to transform education to the future. At PSU, we believe that our involvement and your involvement in contributing to determine the success of our symposium. Lastly, ERL 2022 would not have been possible without the guidance and support of our PSU's leadership, starting with the President, Dr. Ahmed Yamani, and the Vice President of Women Campus, Dr. Hiba Khushem. As we reflect on the past few years, especially dealing with COVID-19, we're in debt to PSU's administration for all the hard work they have put into transforming education to empower our staff, faculties, learner to acquire skills and values and be resilient, adaptive, and prepared for the uncertain future while contributing to sustainable development. I would like also to thank and acknowledge the effort of Professor Mahmoud Al-Mahmoud, Dean of the College of Humanities and Sciences, and the Chair of the ERL Steering Committee, as well as Dr. Alia Mitchell, Vice Dean of the College of Humanities and Sciences and the Co-Chair of the Steering Committee. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Noura, for your kind introduction. I would like to now welcome our leader, Dr. Ahmed Al-Yamani, the president of Prince Sultan University. We are most thankful for his tremendous support. Dr. Al-Yamani took his post as a rector president in June 2005. He has held a series of leadership roles that include chairman, vice dean, vice rector, and rector over the span of 25 years. Dr. Al-Yamani has a PhD in civil engineering from the University of Michigan, the United States. He obtained his MSc and BSc in architectural engineering with highest honor from the University of North Carolina, USA. Dr. Hiba Khushem, Vice President of the Female Campus here at Prince Sultan University, will deliver President's speech on his behalf. Welcome, Dr. Hiba. We are most honored to have you with us.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and good morning to you all. I'm Hiba Khushem, the Vice President of Prince Sultan University Women Campus, and I'll be delivering the welcoming remarks on behalf of the Prince Sultan University's President, Dr. Ahmed Al-Yamani. First, on behalf of all PSU members, let me welcome you all to the second International Symposium on Educational Research, organized by the Educational Research Lab at Prince Sultan University under the umbrella of the College of Humanities and Sciences. The symposium aims to promote professional participation of pioneers and researchers in the field of education and other related fields. I believe the following few speeches will provide more information about what we might expect to see today. So let me now take this opportunity and focus more on PSU in general. Throughout the past few years, we have all been experiencing a transformation into the new normal, and we at PSU have been part of this change from the beginning. As Dr. Noura just mentioned, while many things about COVID-19 have forced us as educators to deal with the uncomfortable and unexpected, it has also given PSU the opportunity to be agile and resilient, reinforcing its mission statement's key elements, such as importance of using technology, being a catalyst for new learning opportunities, professional growth, and the advancement of scientific research. PSU has the honor of being the first private higher education institution in the kingdom and takes pride in being the leading nonprofit private university. PSU is more determined now than ever to continue its successful journey through the 7 themes of its third strategic plan, which is supported by 21 goals, 51 objectives, and 250 specific actions. We are now in the 4th year of the strategic plan, and PSU is enjoying its 3rd decade of success. In spite of the pandemic, today we have executed over 60% of the plan and continue to empower PSU to be a model of excellence in private higher education as we progress in opening the doors to new learning opportunities. Emphasis on research is found in PSU's 3rd strategic plan, and PSU has increasingly given research attention and focus. Thus, we are continuing to empower our Research and Initiative Center with research professors, postdocs, and PhD students to improve research quality. The university provides a unique research environment with several facilities and resources. It adapts a decentralized strategy for research governance by giving colleges their financial independence and decision-making about conference attendance, project proposal evaluation, and research labs. This change from a centralized to a decentralized management structure has radically improved research productivity and increased the motivation of researchers. Today, the Research and Initiative Center represents a research hub at the university that provides faculty members and researchers with resources in the shape of hardware and software, mentorship, awareness, capacity building workshops, technical support, and guidance. Considering the importance of teamwork and the need of research entities that gather researchers with similar interests, PSU established 15 multidisciplinary core research labs and groups led by experts in their fields. These labs have state-of-the-art facilities and resources that span over the 6 colleges in the university of the College of Humanities and Sciences. And because of their efforts, we will all be enjoying the discussion and the presentation of today. Moreover, research outcomes have been boosted significantly in the past few years, with publication productivity 5 times higher than what it was. Furthermore, the research impact at PSU has increased dramatically and includes several international awards for PSU researchers, creating startups stemming from PSU research, generating funds and revenues from industry, and the organization of international conferences, to name a few. This led PSU to become a home to renowned research scholars. In closing, I would like to acknowledge and thank the Educational Research Lab chaired by Dr. Noura Al-Musharraf and her team for organizing this symposium. My gratitude goes also to the College of Humanities and Sciences, led by the Dean, Professor Mahmoud Al-Mahmoud, for their support to the lab. Let me not forget to thank all keynote speakers and participants who are joining us from all over the world to share with us their experience and knowledge. Moreover, I would like to acknowledge all participating committees, logistics, PR, and the organization committee for their hard work, time, and efforts, so we can all benefit from today's event. I trust that this symposium will unfold as a great learning experience for everyone involved. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Hiba, for your kind speech. And now for our second welcoming speech, please allow me to welcome Professor Mahmoud Al-Mahmoud. Professor Al-Mahmoud is the Dean of the College of Humanities and Sciences at Prince Sultan University. He is a professor in the Department of Linguistics and Translation in the College of Humanities and Sciences. His contributions to the college, as well as his cooperation with our ERL lab and our symposium in specific, is immense. As the Dean of our college, he has set a great example for us to follow. His contributions and endeavors for the CHS and PSU's vision have extended above and beyond. Professor Khalid Dalbani will be delivering Professor Al-Mahmoud's speech on his behalf. Professor Hala Dalbani is a professor in the Linguistics and Translation Department. She is also the Academic Advising Coordinator as well as the ELC Coordinator. Please welcome Professor Khalid Dalbani.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Hello and good morning to you all. It is my honor and pleasure to welcome you all to the second International Symposium on Educational Research. I'm delighted to welcome all of our keynote speakers, presenters, organizers, and guests who come from all over the world today to join us at this event, which is hosted by the Educational Research Lab in the College of Humanities and Sciences at Prince Sultan University. ERL2022 comes in a new iteration, focusing this time on the main theme, the global transformation of education and learning trends, re-evaluating education in the endemic world. As education transformed and will continue to do so because of COVID-19, our symposium tackles many general topics, including but not limited to inclusiveness and equity in the endemic era, new remedial approaches in education, assessment validity and reliability in today's teaching and learning landscape, curriculum and material design, emerging trends in the K-12, college and graduate educational domains, and lifelong learning and learning beyond the classroom. This symposium is pivotal, not only from a regional perspective, but from a global one as we all settle into this post-COVID era. Here at the College of Humanities and Sciences at Prince Sultan University, we strive to align our goals with the Saudi 2030 vision, paving the way for educational research and development and implementing the best educational practices and policies in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We are delighted to welcome several keynote speakers to ERL 2022 today. Professor Stephen Krashen, Professor Emeritus at the University of Southern California, Professor Rupert Waygriff, Professor of Education at the University of Cambridge, Professor Charles Hume, Professor of Psychology and Education at the University of Oxford, Professor Eugene Shihan, Dean Emeritus of the College of Education and Behavioral Sciences at the University of Northern Colorado, and Professor Dagobert Sergel, Professor in the Graduate School of Education at the University of Buffalo. Furthermore, we are honored to have workshop collaborations with several partners, including the University of Buffalo, Austin Peay State University, Konkuk University, University of Central Lancashire, the Regional Center for Educational Planning, UNESCO, McGraw-Hill, and King Abdulaziz Center for National Dialogue. I would like to thank our ERL leader, Dr. Noor Al-Musharraf, for her incredible contribution today. Furthermore, I'd like to thank ERL's co-leaders, Dr. Alia Mitchell and Professor Muhammad Noor Al-Nabi, as well as the ERL team, Ms. Mahal Jasser, Ms. Dima Al-Sheikh, and Ms. Shahad Al-Umayrini, and all of the ERL members for their efforts to support and be part of this event to enhance research and education at large. Most importantly, ERL 2022 would not have been possible without the guidance and support of our PSU President, Dr. Ahmed Al-Yamani. As I reflect on the past few years, as we all dealt with COVID-19, I'm indebted to PSU's leadership and administration for all the work they have put into transforming education for our students in these ever-changing times. Last but not least, I'd like to thank you all for taking part in the second International Symposium on Educational Research. We appreciate you taking the time to participate in our mission to transform education for the future. At Prince Sultan University, we believe that your involvement and contribution determine this symposium's success and prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Hala, for your kind speech. Last but not least, it is with tremendous pleasure and honor that I welcome our college's Vice Dean, Dr. Alia Mitchell. Dr. Alia is an assistant professor and Vice Dean to the College of Humanities and Sciences. She is also the director of the Teaching and Learning Center in the Linguistics and Translation Department at the College of Humanities and Sciences. Dr. Alia Mitchell, welcome.
Assalamu alaikum rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Greetings to all our guests and presenters today. We welcome you to Prince Sultan University's second International Symposium on Educational Research, with the theme of the global transformation of education and learning trends, reevaluating education in the endemic world. Prince Sultan University is one of Saudi Arabia's leading universities with a tradition of excellence in teaching, learning, and research. The quality of higher education is at the forefront at PSU. The Educational Research Lab was approved to be established in January 2019. The lab's vision is to bridge the worlds of education research excuse me, and education practice with the mission of supporting a more evidence-based education system. The Educational Research Lab translates research to practice in partnership with educators, practitioners, and policymakers to develop and use research that improves academic outcomes for students. In the academic year 2022-2023, it will be critical to focus on strengthening the fabric of our global education system in order to achieve positive outcomes, particularly through an increased focus on data-informed decision-making, and this is where educational research is essential. This symposium brings together educators from across the globe to share findings and find solutions to our current educational practices, where we need to focus for the future of education. The Educational Research Symposium is aimed to create an inspiring forum for the speakers and participants to explore, identify, and address the many issues related to education, whether it is related to teaching and learning or quality assurance and academic ideologies. The symposium supports the Sustainable Development Goal number 4, ensuring inclusive and equitable quality education and promoting lifelong learning opportunities for all. With these presenters, the event is intended to promote research collaboration, lifelong learning, and cooperation among academic leaders and educational institutions. The presentations focus on the following areas: inclusiveness and equity in the endemic area, new remedial approaches in education, assessment validity and reliability in today's teaching and learning landscape, curriculum and material design for today's learner, emerging trends in the K through 12, college and graduate educational domains, lifelong learning and learning beyond the classroom. The symposium is a valuable platform for individuals to present their research findings, display their work in progress, and discuss conceptual advances and many different areas and specialities within the field of education. It also offers the opportunity for researchers and educators to meet, discuss, and share knowledge. Prince Sultan University continues and aspires to advance research and academic excellence in the region. The wide range of papers and topics presented at the symposium will ensure an exciting and productive event. It is hoped that all participants in this symposium will find it informative, productive, engaging, and enjoyable. To everyone who worked on making this event happen, your contributions are well recognized, and we appreciate your magnificent effort. Thank you for all that you do to meet the exceptional standards of our institution. And we wish you an enjoyable symposium. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Alia, for your kind words. And thank you, everyone, for being here. Please take time to go through our virtual reality and explore our website along with our mission and vision for this symposium. And we will come again in 10 minutes to start with Professor Stephen Krashen very soon. Keep tuned.
Now, allow me to welcome Professor Stephen Krashen. Professor Krashen, we're honored to have you here. Professor Krashen is a professor of emerit at University of Southern California in the US. He's an active language researcher. His interests include, but not limited to, language acquisition, bilingual education, literacy, and heritage language development. He has published over 560 professional papers and books, we're happy to have you here. Today's talk, it's going to be about language literacy development and virtual education. A happy coincidence. Professor Krashen, the floor is yours.
Okay, I want to tell you the title of my talk
Yeah.
is From Luddite to Technophile, from someone who doesn't care for technology to someone who loves technology. And I love a lot of it, but not all of it. Most of it has been wonderful. It's very good news for those of us in education and those of us interested in intellectual development in general. Let me first talk about language and literacy. This is where I have been involved in very closely with this research for the last 40 years. We think that people have two ways of getting better in language. You can acquire language, you can learn language, and they're very different. Language acquisition, we sometimes call the natural way, and it is a subconscious process. While we are acquiring, we don't know we're acquiring. And once we're finished acquiring, we're not always aware that anything has happened. We don't know the rules, but we have a feeling what is right and what is wrong. I want to share with you the first time I discovered this. It was in 1974, and I was teaching an extension class in New York, and I was teaching the grammar part. I have a PhD in grammar and I love to think about it and teach it. So I took the grammar part to teach, and I told my students it's ambiguous. It could mean something that's happening now. What's that noise? John is playing the violin. Or it could be something that's going to happen pretty soon. What is John doing next week? He's playing the violin in the symphony. One of my students looked up, looked at me with a look of surprise, and she said, "That's right. It is ambiguous that way. It can mean two different things. I never thought of that." In other words, she had a feeling for what was right, even though she had never studied the rule. And this person spoke English as a second language. This is when I discovered that we can have a feeling for rules and we don't necessarily know the rules consciously. Let's talk about language first. We now know that there are two different ways of improving in a language. You can acquire language and you can learn it, and they're very different. Acquisition means acquisition subconsciously. While you're acquiring, you don't know you're acquiring. And when you're finished acquiring, you don't know the rules consciously, but you have a feeling that something is right or something is wrong. For example, this one should work very well with you, advanced speakers of English. The present progressive tense in English, John is playing the violin, is really ambiguous. It can mean John is playing the violin next week. It could mean the near future. It could mean right now. What's that noise? John is playing the violin. Most of us didn't learn this rule. We have acquired it. We have a feeling for what is correct. This is quite outstanding, I think. This means that adults can acquire language and simply have a feeling for correctness. The other process is conscious learning. Conscious learning means knowing the rule, being able to talk about it, etc. Conscious learning is what we've done in school, knowing the rules. When we get corrected, we change our idea of what the rule is. We are very, very good at language acquisition. We are not very good at learning about language, but of course, that's what we do with our students in school. We use conscious learning for only one purpose. We use it as a monitor or an editor. After we say something or we write something, we can correct ourselves when we think about the conscious rules. This is what we do with our students. It's very, very hard to do. It's very hard. If you want to use your consciously learned language as a monitor or as an editor, you have to know the rule. We don't know the rules. We know a very small portion of it. Noam Chomsky says we only have described fragments of the language, of the English language, for example. In order to apply conscious rules, you have to be thinking about correctness. That's very hard to do. It's very hard to have a conversation or listen to someone and think about grammar at the same time. It's kind of like patting your head and rubbing your stomach at the same time. Very difficult. Also, to do it, you have to have time to think about the rule, drag it up from your memory, apply it to your sentence, etc. We're not very good at that either. The only time these three conditions are met is when we take a grammar test in language classes. And as all of you know, we're not very good at that either. So what we have learned, conscious learning is very, very limited. Acquisition does most of the work. The input hypothesis is the most important part of what we've learned in the last 40 years. It says we acquire language and not learn language, but acquire language in only one way: when we understand what we hear, when we understand what we read. We call this the comprehension hypothesis. We don't acquire language when we speak. We don't acquire language when we write. We acquire language when we get input that we understand. Our ability to speak, our ability to write is the result of language acquisition, not the cause. A hypothesis now I'm very interested in, we won't have time to go into it, is that the language acquisition device never shuts off. Chomsky says it's kind of like a mental ability, like our ability to see or hear. You can't stop it by thinking about it. It's always working. And we can discuss that another time. We have some interesting evidence that this is true. It doesn't shut off when you're 5. It doesn't shut off when you're 13. It doesn't shut off when you're 81. That's how old I am. And I'm still acquiring language very well, and you can too. So the input hypothesis is the crucial one. A big part of the support of the input hypothesis comes from work on reading. Here's what we know. People who read for pleasure, mostly fiction, books that they have selected themselves, spell better, have larger vocabularies, read better, write better. All this they have done by reading for pleasure. If you look at my book, it's listed on there. You can download it for free. Oh, you see lots and lots of papers. I have gathered them over the last 20 years, and they all come to the same conclusion. Reading is the way we acquire a huge amount of language. We also get it by listening, of course. Reading counts. It's very powerful. I want to tell you about one study, which is my favorite, makes the point very well. The second author of this study, Fei Xin, was one of my students, and I watched her do this. It was very good. I became the co-author. Okay. She looked at a young lady named Sophia. Sophia was a high school, secondary school student who had been limited English proficient, but her English was good. In her secondary school, they gave all the students a test of reading when the year began in the spring. Okay, they gave them a test of reading. And then at the end of the academic year, they gave them another test of reading to see how much they've improved during the year. Sophia didn't improve. She got worse. If you can watch me on the screen, she got worse. She was lower in the spring than she was in the fall. Then she went home over the summer. She came back in the fall. She took the test again. Guess what? During the summer, her English score went higher than it was a year ago. Wow. What was she doing over the summer? Sophia went to the local public library, found a comfortable place, and she read for pleasure. She read books in English that she wanted to read. She read Nancy Drew detective stories. She read Sweet Valley High girls' books, boys' books, teenage books, etc. She wasn't trying to improve her English. She liked the books. That's how it happened. Far more powerful than the study. Her mom said, you know, we probably shouldn't let her go to school. She's getting so much more done going home and going to the library. That is my favorite study. My second favorite was done by Benico Mason, my colleague at the University of Southern California. Dr. Mason invented a method for teaching English as a foreign language I'd like to share with you. Students would come in, they would have had a little bit of English, not much. And for the first 2 semesters, the teacher would tell them stories in simple, easy English. When a hard word came, she would explain it, occasionally translate it. Everybody spoke Japanese. That's where the university was. And she would draw pictures to illustrate what the word meant. The students were not told to study the new words. They didn't make cards and review them. They simply went on and read more. So English class was story time. That's all it was. Isn't that wonderful? Isn't that easy? Then after 2 semesters, she introduced them to reading. Let me tell you how she did it. The library had a wonderful collection of graded readers, easy books in English for English learners. The first day of class, she would spread the books out on the table, and the students would go around the table and pick out the ones they thought were interesting. The teachers would help them. If they liked the book, fine. If they didn't like the book, they would put it down, take another one. If it was too hard, they would find one that was easier. They did this for 1 semester, 2 semesters, sometimes longer. No testing, no study. Let me review. The beginning through semesters was listening to stories. Then it was reading for stories. That's all. Some of them took a test, the TOEIC test, a very well-known international test. We looked at their gains. They went from low levels of English all the way to the top of the test. They acquired academic English, hard words. They were ready for anything. All they had done was spend a couple of semesters listening to stories, having a good time, and reading easy books. And the books are good. They found good ones. They had a good time. They relaxed and enjoyed themselves. Well, let me now go on to the next one. I find this incredible. I've given you just a part of the story. People who read more, yes, do better in language. They also know more. People who read and read lots of fiction, this is true of everybody, know more about history. They know more about science. They know more about geography. They know more about practical matters. They know more about everything. Well, what Stanovich and Cunningham did, they gave a wide variety of tests, tests of science, tests of history, etc. Just general knowledge that we would like students to know when they graduated secondary school. Then they gave them questionnaires. How much reading do you do? What do you know about popular fiction, etc.? Here's what they found. Students who are more familiar with popular best-selling books and who went to movies, to films, did very well on these tests. Students who studied hard and got good grades did not do as well. In other words, reading books for pleasure gave you more knowledge than study and doing well in classrooms. An amazing result. We've been working too hard, folks. When people read a lot then, let me review, they get language and they get knowledge. They also get what we call empathy. People who read more fiction have a better understanding of other people. A radio personality, Terry Gross, who's the host of a show, Fresh Air, described it very well. She said, when you read fiction, you're learning to be somebody else. You're learning to see the world through their eyes. You're learning, you're watching how other people think. The Guardian newspaper in the UK interviewed some readers, asked them what they got from reading. Fortunately, they interviewed Barack Obama. Now, Barack Obama has not read the research that I have read, but let me tell you what he said. He came to the same conclusions. They asked him, how has reading affected you? He says, when I think about how I understand my role as citizen, the most important stuff I've learned from novels. It has to do with empathy. It has to do with being comfortable with the notion the world is complicated and full of grays, but there's truth to be found. It's possible to connect with someone even though they're different from you. People who read a lot realize the world is complicated. Don't come to quick conclusions. That's my story about reading, and I'd like to go to another. I'd like to go to another payoff we get from technology, how it helps us in our intellectual development, how we make intellectual progress. I want to talk a little bit about writing. And when I talk about writing, I really want to talk about one aspect of it, the power of revision. I figured out revision was important when I was a secondary school student. We had to hand in an essay, and I handed in my essay. It was horrible. I knew I'd get a low grade. I looked at the student next to me. He looked very well rested. I peeked over his shoulder. His essay was beautiful. It looked like he just wrote it, like it came fully blown out of his mind. I talked to him. I said, that was beautiful what you wrote. You're so good at it. He said, what you don't know is this is the fourth time I have tried this in a class. It finally worked. He said, my bedroom is full of papers, full of revisions. That's more or less what happens. It's the revision where the clear thinking and the clear writing comes. Peter Elbow said this very well, professor from the East Coast. In writing, meaning is what you end up with, not what you start out with. Great playwright Neil Simon, he said it exactly right, in my opinion. Mediocre writers write, good writers rewrite. If you speak baseball, you understand this one. In baseball, you only get 3 swings and you're out. In rewriting, you get almost as many swings as you want, and sooner or later, you hit the ball. Robert Cormier, the beautiful part of writing, you don't have to get it right the first time. You're not a brain surgeon. You can make mistakes. Kurt Vonnegut was thinking of me when he wrote the next one. Let me tell you, Vonnegut is a brilliant novelist. Writing allows even a stupid person to seem halfway intelligent. If only that person will write the same thought over and over, improving it just a little bit each time. It's like inflating a blimp, a giant balloon with a bicycle pump. Anybody can do it. All it takes is time. Hemingway's quote has been the most helpful for me to avoid writing blocks. The hard thing for me is writing the first draft. What am I writing about? What am I writing about? And I never know how to get started. I think of Ernest Hemingway, who did me so much good. The first draft of anything is shit. Once you understand that, you can write because you don't care if it's good or not good. A book by Hans Ohanian has been quite helpful. He wrote a book called Einstein's Mistakes. I know Hans Ohanian because his wife is Susan Ohanian, an expert in literacy, a wonderful colleague, and she married Hans Ohanian, introduced me to his work. They sent me a copy of Hans' book on Einstein. It is wonderful. Let me tell you about Einstein. The chapters on Einstein are full of his revisions, full of his makes mistakes. Typical. Einstein would write a paper on relativity with mathematical formulas, send it to a journal, it would get published. The next year, Einstein would write another paper. Last year's paper, it was all wrong. Let me give you this year's paper, new formulas. He did this 4 years in a row, kept writing revisions, kept making progress. I did write Hans Ohanian a note because I know him as fine. I said, Hans, I don't like your title, Einstein's Mistakes. Those aren't mistakes. That's what we call the composing process. It's this very strange path we take till we come up with the right ideas. We also know from the research, oh, by the way, that's on the cover. He put it on the back cover, my quote. So I got famous. We also know from the research, good writers plan, but they're willing to change their plans. They're willing to rewrite, and discover deeper relations among ideas. How does technology help? You know how it helps. It's called word processing. I started writing before word processing, so I saw the difference. Word processing is one of the greatest gifts to intellectual progress that the computer has given us. It makes revision so much easier. It has been fabulous. Part of the composing process is what we call incubation. I read about incubation for the first time when I was wandering through the library at the University of Texas, and I came across a book by Graham Wallace, 1926, called The Art of Thought. And he gave the 4 stages for coming up with ideas. One of them was you need an interval free of conscious thought. You state a problem, your mind works on it, then your subconscious mind solves the problem. Toll said the same thing. All true artists, whether they know it or not, create from a place of no mind, from inner stillness. Breakthroughs come at a time of mental quietude. Poincaré was a great mathematician who helped Einstein with relativity. He said the same thing. There must be a period of conscious work which precedes all unconscious work, which precedes this is incubation when you come up with solutions. Poincaré said when he's doing his mathematics, whenever he gets a block, a problem in math, and it happens all the time, he gets up from the table and does something mindless. This is 100 years ago. He would put some wood on the fire, then go back. My idea there, which has helped me a great deal, incubation we can all do when we're doing what I call inauthentic labor of life, the boring work. Let me tell you how I work. I sit down and start to write. Immediately, I have a writer's block. Immediately, right away. Every 5 minutes, every 3 minutes, I get up and do something I don't really do. Like I'll clean up the desk, or I'll take some clothes out and hang up some laundry, or I'll wash 3 dishes and dry 2, and then go back to the writing, and I can find my place easily. It's right there on the computer, and the problem is clearer. I can make a small step and go on with the work. My composing process is this: write, have a writer's block, take a short break, during the break incubate, then rewrite. I probably do this 50 times a day. That's the only way I can get all the dishes done, clean up my laundry, etc., and still make progress. Another thing that technology has done for us, and this is wonderful, it has made it easy to find research. It has made easy to find knowledge, to find other people's writing. In Isaac Asimov's science fiction book, The Foundation and Empire, this was written a long time ago. He said the goal of scientists then was to build the universal encyclopedia, have volumes that had all the knowledge of the human race. We have it. It's called the internet. It's called Google. Technology has given us all the knowledge available, and it's constantly being added to it. As writers, we can get other information very quickly, and because it's there on the internet, we don't have to repeat it. We don't have to write long papers where we repeat everything we learned and have a 30-page paper when a 2-page paper will do very well. I wrote a paper, got it published on why you should write short papers. We can have much faster intellectual development. We're not wasting our time repeating. The idea of a literature survey now, where you have to review the whole literature, I think it's an anachronism. We don't have to do this anymore because it's all there. All we have to do is mention it, tell people where to find it. Also, technology has saved us a lot of money. Let me tell you how this has happened. It's, for me, this is, especially in these difficult economic times, it's extremely difficult, where it used to be extremely difficult to find research. Books and journals, very expensive. My first edited book, when it finally came out, it cost $60 hardcover. I couldn't buy cheap copies for my cousins, which I like to do, okay? Books are very expensive. I can't subscribe to journals. I can't subscribe to more than one or two. I don't know about you, but I can't afford it. It's too much money. And I work in 7 or 8 different fields. I need to keep up with different research in different areas, bilingualism, language teaching, all these things. I can't afford them. Don't worry. Oh, by the way, the journals always have a section in the back. They say, if you want a copy of this article, send us some money. We'll send you the article. The articles usually cost about $20, which is pretty expensive. The journal gets the money, not the author. Did you know that? And first-class universities will go to the library and Xerox copies, make copies of articles for you. Most universities will not do that. I cannot be a scholar if I have to subscribe to the journals and buy books. My life is over. The solutions, I have a solution. I publish now only in open access journals. Journals where you don't have to pay money to read the articles. They're free on the internet. And if you publish in the journal, they will publish it for free. And you can share your copies with anybody you like. This is the future. Unfortunately, there aren't that many open access journals, but there are some organizations, I'm going to tell you about them, that will make copies for you for free. I have included on the handout the link to the one I like, hu1lib.org. I use them all the time. They don't have everything, but they have a lot. And I donate money to them regularly because that's the only way they can survive. Not very much. I just did $25 last month. If they get that from hundreds of people, they do pretty well. I download articles all the time. Another value of technology today is that we have increased interaction among colleagues phenomenally. I realized this last week. I found an article published in 1935 in a journal on English language. It is very interesting. It showed that the students who made the most progress were in classes where they didn't get that much correction. They didn't study grammar rules, but they read more. Okay. They were the ones who knew the grammar best and did better in spelling. I made copies right away. I sent out about 30 copies to my colleagues, free of charge, cost me nothing. I know how to do it very quickly. And I got it from this special place, from this special organization, hu1lib.org. I got responses immediately. 6 of the people I sent this out to immediately liked it. They're going to be citing it. They're going to share it with their colleagues, their students. We have done the field a great favor. We have made more knowledge known to more people absolutely for free. I've put on the page on the bottom secrets of writing, where you can find my articles and where you can find my papers. It was announced at the beginning, sdkrashen.com. I no longer write books for sale because nobody can afford them. What's the point if other people can't use your work? Besides, if you think I'm going to make money, I'm going to write a book, you're going to be badly disappointed. Books don't sell that well. They're too expensive. Nobody can afford them. Okay, so unless you're at a first-class university and you can get the university to get you a copy, which is quite rare these days, this is the only way. Well, let me summarize what I've said and ask if there are any comments, okay? Very simple. I have become a technophile. Not all the way. I think there's some things we don't need computers to do. We're overdoing it. Just because we can do it doesn't mean we have to. But computers do now do so much that is already wonderful. Just the idea of having all these articles so easily available, being able to download them. And I hope people will start writing shorter articles. By the way, an article that won the Nobel Prize was 1 page long in one of the biology journals. Okay, you don't have to give a whole history. When you ask someone the time, you don't need to have the person give you a history of the wristwatch. Famous quote, not mine originally. So this is going to make writing much, much easier. The word is going to make scholarship easier. It's going to make our spread of knowledge easier. And if we take full advantage of word processing, it accelerates our intellectual development, makes it easier to share our work with other people. So thank you for your attention. And it's now time for Q&A. I'm supposed to use Twitter on this? Is that right?
No, it's fine. Twitter or here. Thank you so much, Professor
Good.
Krashen.
Good. Okay. Or I'll just answer. Good.
Okay, so now it's time for Q&A, and you can post your questions within the Q&A. We do apologize. You're not going to be able to post your question within the chat box, but you are more than welcome to post it within the Q&A, along with also pointing out within Twitter. We have our official website, our Symposium website, our LinkedIn and Twitter posted in your chat box.
Sorry, China. Oh my. I'm letting people incubate now.
Actually, it's a time of the year where we have lots of attendees apologizing for coming to the symposium due to the COVID. So we're guessing COVID is coming again.
Where do I go to find the questions?
Questions, we're going to be reading it to you, no worries. Right now, we don't have any direct question.
Okay, let me ask and answer the first question, if that's okay.
Okay.
The first question is, Dr. Krashen, you've been doing this work for 50 years now. You have not been successful. I'm sorry to say that. When you go to secondary schools and community colleges, they're still teaching language the old-fashioned way. They're still doing it with heavy grammar. And we still give students in writing, we grade them on their accuracy. We study grammar in school. They don't do it by reading. How do you explain that? What can we do about it? Well, thank you. You're absolutely right. I've had the same experience. The reason people don't know about it is that the research is so hard to find and it's so expensive. I urge scholars to write shorter papers, clearer papers. We are often rewarded for writing incomprehensible prose. This is really too bad. There was a wonderful story that's actually happened at the University of Southern California School of Medicine. They asked some of the junior professors to organize a symposium on new practices in medical education. So the young professors hired a professional actor, and they gave him a script about medical education, which they wrote, which was complete, total nonsense. But he was a professional actor, and he gave it in a vigorous, humorous way. It was voted the best presentation of the series. People thought, if I don't understand it, it must be good. We have to free ourselves of this illusion. If it's no good, it's no good. Okay, how do we get students who refuse to read? How do you get us to read? There are several ways I think are very good. One way is a method called the STAR method, which works with books. It's a little tougher to work on digital stuff, but certainly worked with books, and there's still plenty of books around. What the author recommended was when a student is in the school library, for example, and comes across a book that they like, draw a star in the inside front cover. Other students will come over and see 15 stars, 20 stars. They'll be curious. They'll want to read the book. So we need some way of indicating it electronically as well. I think that will help. Another way is our old friend, comic books. Comic books are a wonderful way to establish a reading habit. Let me give you a little bit of the research on comic books. Librarians in a secondary school library, in order to get kids interested in reading, they put comic books and graphic novels in the school library, in the library itself. But you had to go to the library to read the comics. You couldn't take them out. When they did that, they found that library traffic nearly doubled. The amount of students reading the library went up incredibly. And the number of non-comic books taken out also increased. It brought students into the library where they saw other books. I should also point out that comic books are not so bad. Some of them are, in fact, very, very good. This all began with the beginning of the Marvel comic book company, which happened in 1960. A man named Stan Lee is largely responsible for this. He's one of the inventors of Spider-Man, the first superhero with serious personal problems. The comic books are extremely interesting and exciting. I got involved in comic books when my son was in high school. And one night I got insomnia and I wandered into his personal library. He was asleep. And I started reading Spider-Man. I wasn't a comic book reader then. I stayed up till dawn. It was so exciting, so interesting. So take a look at the superheroes. You find they have problems like ordinary people. If we have time, I'd tell you some good comic book stories sometime. Okay. Anything else?
Yes, we actually have a couple of questions now. We have Ms. Yolia saying that, how do we stimulate students to read? The answer we often get, I don't read, I don't like reading. So do you have any input?
Well, I like the idea of the star method. The kids will understand this. Comic books, comic books. I'm going to tell you the one comic book story that I think is the best story ever written, and in comic books. And if students find this, they're going to be interested in more. This is deep. You know that Spider-Man's real life name is Peter Parker. And one day, as Spider-Man, he was doing his thing, going through the city, and he heard the sound of an automobile accident. He went swoop down to the street. A young lady driving has been hit by another car. She's seriously injured. He calls the ambulance. The paramedics come, take her to the hospital. Peter stays with her. She's had serious damage to both kidneys. She needs a transplant. Does he know of any relatives? Yes, he talks to the girl. She has a brother. And they can have a kidney transplant. So he's going to find the brother. He finds out where the brother lives, goes to the brother's apartment. As he comes to the building, there's someone on the roof. And it looks like this young man is about to jump. Could this be the brother? It was. He changed to Spider-Man, went up the side of the building, called out to the boy and said, Donnie, don't jump, don't jump. Donnie looks back, sees Spider-Man, says, Spider-Man, I'm going to jump. And you can't stop me. I've got problems I just can't face. Besides, he says, you're a superhero. What do you know about problems? And Spider-Man's answer is in words that will live forever in comic book literature. He says to Donnie, you think life is easy behind this mask? You think because I'm a superhero, I don't have problems? And he thinks of all his amazing problems. He says, look, Donnie, he says, life is problems. And we grow by facing our problems and trying to solve them. Besides, he says, if you jump, you're killing your sister as well. Donnie says, well, okay, for my sister. They go to the hospital. The operation's a success. The last scene, Peter Parker, Spider-Man, is leaving the hospital. He says, this one turned out okay, but Donnie's still depressed. There's not much I can do about that. You can't solve everybody's problems. Comic books, my friends, are real literature. There are deep, moving stories in them, real people. I recommend them. I would put them out, let students put them out. Kids who read comics are far more likely to read regular books. It is a transition to regular books. Okay, next one.
Okay, thank you. Actually, now we have a couple of questions. Not sure if we're going to have time to read it all, but I promise you, attendees, if we don't, we're going to send it directly to Professor Krashen. Okay, so we have a similar question by Miss Khulud al-Atabi saying that how can we teach English to students who refuse to read? It's similar. They don't read in their first language, and therefore reading in the second language is even harder for them.
Yeah, read alouds are beautiful. Teacher brings a book to class and reads a story and then stops at the most exciting part. Oh my goodness. Children's literature is phenomenal. And a lot of it is applicable to everybody. Once kids who hear a book in class will take that book home and want to read it. So I think read alouds is good. The STAR method is good. Another school I went to, I thought this was brilliant. When you go up the stairs on the way to the school library, the new books are presented on the shelves and you can see them and take a look at them. You get an idea of what is there and it gets exciting and interesting. So you have asked the absolute right question. Thank you very much. This is what we should be working on.
Thank you, thank you. Well, I'm receiving the questions in order, so I'm reading it in order. The next question would be, you did not tell us why you never go outside, as you mentioned at the beginning of the session. So the floor is yours.
Well, I'm telling you about my personal life. I don't go outside very much. During the pandemic, when that started, I decided to stay home, and I'm still staying home. I've been home for over 2 years. Not quite. I'm home alone with my girlfriend. Isn't that wonderful? And we've only been married for 55 years, and we're still having a really good time. And what am I doing at home? Home is so interesting. I'm not just playing the piano, I'm practicing the piano. Okay. I'm exercising, as you can tell if you can see me, and I'm doing my work. And the work has become so exciting because of what I've been telling you, because it's easy to find other research. The actual composing process, revision, is very exciting. I'm working on this stuff all day long. My hero here is Isaac Newton, and I read about this in Hans Ohanian's book. During the plague, Newton stayed home. While he was home for 2 years, he invented calculus. Isn't that brilliant? He worked on his own work. You find what you want to do. And to me, I found my path. I found what I really wanted to do. And these last 2 years have been absolutely delicious. So try staying home for a while. I like going outside occasionally, doing things other people do, but staying home has not been torture. It's been very good. Next question.
Thank you. As long as you see the sunshine, then I guess it's fine. Thank you so
Yes.
much. All right. Another question from anonymous attendee. As university writing instructor or instructors, how can we guide our students to benefit from plenty of resources online, at the same time help them to avoid plagiarism?
Oh, well, you won't avoid plagiarism. That's going to happen. I wouldn't worry about it. They will find it pretty boring after a while. That's what I think. I invite one of you to do some case histories and see what happens to people who plagiarize. It's not, they're going to discover that writing is exciting, that as you move from draft to draft, you get new ideas, and there is nothing more intellectually satisfying than learning by solving your own problems. That's going to be the end of plagiarism. I would never plagiarize. It's just too boring. It's so much more fun this way. I want to have fun. Good question.
Thank you so much. Next, we have an attendee from India saying that a major problem that students face here is overcoming the fear of speaking in English country or speaking English correctly, developing communicative competence. Is there a fun way to address this?
I want to quote the words of a famous polyglot, Steve Kaufman, speaks like 20 languages. And one of his great things is I regard him as my language therapist, okay? Because he says these brilliant things, problems we've all had. One of the things he said was, don't worry about making mistakes when you speak another language. Nobody cares. Isn't that interesting? They're more interested in what you are saying. This happened to me when I was in Mexico for a week, and my Spanish was even worse than it is now. And I was with language teachers all day long. And we spoke Spanish. We had lunch together, dinner together. And I had just read Stephen Kaufman's advice that saved me. I decided not to worry about my mistakes. We had a wonderful time. We gossiped. We spoke Spanish. Nobody commented on my mistakes. They were too interested in what I was talking about. So don't worry about it. Listen to Steve Kaufman. Nobody cares. Next question.
Nice, nice, nice. Okay, we have a question from Dr. Alia Mitchell. Professor Krashen, based on your experience, you recommend that reading is a key of learning language. What advice would you give to teacher of second/foreign language to adapt the approaches to promote learning language?
I would fill the room with comic books, okay?
Comic
All
books.
kinds, and lots of easy, delicious books, not classics. And here's another key I should have emphasized in the talk. Thanks for bringing it up. The student selects the book, not you. Not assigned reading, but self-selected reading is the key, is the way to guarantee interest in reading. I'll give you a couple of anecdotes, which I think are even stronger than the research. When I was in secondary school, I had required English class. I think our third year, we read American literature, the fourth year, British literature. I read all the books. I took the tests, I passed them. I don't remember a single book that I read for those classes, not one. I remember all the books that I read for fun on my own. I had two interests in reading in high school. I read science fiction. I read Isaac Asimov. I read, all the great ones. I remember all of them. And I read baseball stories. Baseball stories were amazing. A very good author named John R. Tunis, Tunis, about a baseball team and the players and the problems they had. Wonderful, wonderful literature. I remember every single one of those books. That was my language arts program. Self-selection, and for that you need a big library that students can choose from. Get a library, get a good librarian who understands young people, who will select the right books and help students find the right books for them. So it's having lots of books available and self-selection, not assigned reading. What happens to you, one more point, when you get a book as a gift? Someone comes up to you and says, Mohammed, you're going to love this book. You say, oh, thank you. You never read it. I only read what I want to read, what I need to read, because I'm excited about it. Gift books. I have a shelf at home, all the gift books that I've ever got. And whenever I go by the shelf, I can feel the books looking down at me, making me feel guilty. And I hate it when the people who gave me the books will come up a week later and say, how did you like that book? And I haven't read it. There's one exception, though. There's absolutely one exception. There's one person. If he gives me a book, I will read it immediately because he knows me better than I know myself. This is my son, who's the real Dr. Gresham, okay? When he gives me a book, he's always right. And he's always knows me, what I need, what I like, and it works. And you'll find a friend like that who can do that. But in general, self-selection is the key. Okay, if we have time, next question.
Yes, we do. And thank you so much. I do agree with you. Self-selection, autonomous learning is a key for success.
Yes.
All right. Where does the variation in the aptitude of human to learn languages come into this theory?
There is no variation. Ha! Surprise answer. There
So,
is no individual variation in our ability to acquire language. It's like saying, is there individual variation in our lungs, in our neurology of our brain? A little bit, but not much. We're basically the same. We all have the same language acquisition device. Given the right input, with a, and being open to the input, people are going to make a full accomplishment. They're going to acquire the whole language perfectly, and we generally do. So individual variation. If someone is bad in language, they don't have the right input. They haven't found the right friends. They're not reading the right books.
nice. Another question also asked by Professor Khaled Albani. How could we enhance students' academic reading and vocab necessary for their majors when the focus, as you recommend, should be on pleasure reading?
Okay. The only time we ever learn anything is by pleasure reading. We have no choice. If someone's interested, let's say, in law, we tell them to read John Grisham's books in English. If you read 10 John Grisham books, it's like a year of law school. You learn so much. I discovered that. You learn a huge amount. I started reading his stuff. I was on jury duty, and that was the best way to prepare, etc. So we must find a way of combining the two. We have to change a little bit. People who are going to be history majors should be reading historical fiction, and a lot of it. Okay. So that's my answer to that one.
Nice, and thank you. All right, next we have a question by Miss Lane. What do you think of reading circles for encountering students to read more?
Reading circles where they all read the same thing and then discuss it. I don't want to be in a reading circle where I have to read stuff that's not for me. Okay. I have another bigger theory behind all this. The theory I like, we are all different. You've probably noticed that. We all have different interests and different talents. And it must be that way, or the human race would never survive. No one person can have all the talents. We each have our path. We each have something we want to do that we find interesting, that we find easy and interesting, and other people can't do it. That means we found our path. Learning only counts when you're solving a problem on your path. I didn't find my path until I was like 24 years old. Okay. That's when I discovered linguistics. And I went and got a teaching English certificate, and I got courses in phonology and language change, and I love them. Before that, I kept changing my major. I never knew what I wanted. Once you find your path, you will find people who will help each other, who will be your friends, who will help you along your path. There'll be no problems. Let us recognize and value individual variation and interests. The great thing about graduate school for me was the other students were on a similar path. We were all interested in language. These are people I still know years later and still talk to and still learn from. We were all collaborators. We found teachers who were on our path, and they treated us as colleagues. One of my teachers, I'll give credit where credit is due. When I was in the ESL program, one of my teachers was a man named John Oller, Oller. I talked to him the other day, in fact. He was my teacher, 50 years ago. He always was excited about ideas, shared his excitement with his students, and always wanted to talk about them. He's the one who taught me to be a scholar. We had the same path, the same interests. Good teachers invite you to be on their path. And then you find the right ones. That's how it works. Okay, we have time for another one. This is fun.
Thank you, thank you. We have Dr. Urquida saying that in line with your discussion, Professor Krashen, technology provides new forms of reading beyond comic books and social media interaction on Twitter, Facebook, and gaming. These are the new trends of learning. Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a big fan of Twitter.
Nice.
The goal is to catch up with Justin Bieber and have more followers.
All right.
I love Twitter.
Nice.
I love the interaction because you find people on your path who are interested in what you're interested in. I post on Twitter nearly every day. So for a cheap thrill, you can follow me, okay? Make comments, I really like that.
Absolutely.
You find people, I'm S Crashen on Twitter. You find people who are on your path and you exchange ideas. It's wonderful. So the ones I've mentioned are not the only ones. There are other ways of finding your path, of finding people to exchange ideas with. Thanks for mentioning that.
Thank you, thank you. We are already following you, so we hope that you can follow us back.
Oh, good.
Okay, so another question asked by Ms. Lane too. How about book club for enhancement of reading activities for college students?
I don't know. I really don't know. If the book club, if the members of the book club are on the same path as you are, and you're not required to read what they tell you, you're just exchanging ideas, that's great. But if it's not, if you're not in the same direction, it's a waste of time and it's going to be boring. So it's all finding your club, finding the group that you're going to be learning from for years. Then it's wonderful.
Good, good, good. I have an attendee from China, Xian Zheng, saying that I totally agree with your theories that you've been claiming, whereas in EFL context, and specifically China, students have limited time for instruction to gain comprehensible input. So I find it more economic to teach in an explicit way, that is, to teach grammar and vocabulary directly and explicitly. I was wondering, how can I face this dilemma?
There is something happening in China, which I think is very good. It's called double reduction. In some schools, they are reducing the amount of homework. The research on homework says homework doesn't do you any good at all. This is Alfie Kohn's research, a book called The Homework Myth. It is absolutely wonderful. He's not the only one. They are reducing schoolwork and giving students more time for hobbies and more time to read for pleasure. That's the future. That's the cure for China. China should not be doing more of what has happened in the past. They should look ahead, and they are very alert and they're trying these things out. So that's what I think.
Nice. Also, we have a question from Dr. Sabrina saying that is movie adaptation of books can be considered a pleasant alternative to reading for those who refuse to read, or should we keep motivate them to read written textbook?
I am very positive about film. I think film can be wonderful. I am amazed at the quality of film. I'm amazed at the quality of television programs. Not all of them, but some of them are fabulous. My wife and I have been watching some of the old programs. We've been watching Golden Girls, which is about elderly women who live together and have really interesting adventures, etc. There is nothing dull about it. It's a comedy and it's very funny, but there's a lot of life in it. Television has huge potential. So do films. Some of the best minds are making films today. So I am optimistic. In the study of Stanovich that I talked about, those who watched more film, more familiar with more films, were ones who knew more in general, same as reading books. So good question. I'm optimistic about films and about some television, no question.
Nice, nice. We have also a comment from Miss Sophia saying that just a comment here. I always suggest that my law students read John Bushman, and it works all the time. Okay. And also, I have another question from El Sadiq saying that I noticed that some Saudi university teaching British pronunciation, but teaching them listening and speaking using American sources. Doesn't
Okay.
this confuse the students' perception of standard English?
Well, I am so glad the question was asked. Let's talk about accent and pronunciation. That's really the question.
Good.
Let me tell you a story. This happened when I was a teacher in a secondary school in Ethiopia in the 1960s. And I had a conversation with a British teacher who told me about his school experience. When he was in secondary school in the UK, he studied French, and it was horrible. The final examination was in French. You had to speak in front of native speakers, and they criticized you. It was awful. He decided to humiliate them, make fun of them. He came to the exam dressed French. He had a little French beret. He had a glass of a dark liquid and pretended it was wine. And he exaggerated a French accent, trying to insult them. He said, "Ah, monsieur, je suis très content de parler avec vous aujourd'hui. Ah, comment ça va?" He thought he was exaggerating the accent. The teachers loved him. They said, "Finally, you're speaking good French. Why didn't you do that in class?" I never forgot that. The perfect accent is there. It's inside you. You don't use it because you feel silly. When I meet someone from London, I don't start talking with a British accent. I could, but I'm not a member of that group. Your accent tells people what club you belong to. It tells you what social group you are a member of, kind of like clothing. That's what language does. It's not just to communicate, it's to tell people who you are. So the perfect accent is there. What this means is that language acquisition device is there your entire life. It's always there. You can always imitate accents. So I wouldn't worry about it. I wouldn't try to control it. I would never teach it. Never. Lots of exposure and it will emerge. And don't worry about it. Next
Nice,
question.
nice. Yeah, we only have, oh, we're almost on time, but we're going to read the last few questions. We have Miss Aisha saying if we are reading comics books, but still it was not effective rather than watching comic movies and videos. So how do we overcome this?
I would get different comic books. Okay. You don't have to finish every one you started. You don't have to underline the verbs and make lists of the nouns. They're for pleasure. And the same thing is true. You want videos? Fine. I happen to think that some videos, some cartoons, SpongeBob is fabulous, in my opinion. I think it is absolute genius. Uh, I would make everything like that available and let students see the ones they like and stay with the ones they like. If they like SpongeBob, let them watch 200 SpongeBobs, okay? And their English will get better. Okay.
Nice. Lastly, we have Dr. Badr Al Hussein asking a question related to do you agree that fast reading strategy is an effective one?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't think the fast reading strategy is effective. I think strategy depends on your purpose. If you just want to get an idea of what's in the book, yeah, you can read fast. Okay. It's not, you don't have to do it. We use it for skimming. It's one strategy, but I wouldn't insist that people do it. You don't have to teach people how to do it. We know how to do it, just like you know how to do it in your first language. I would not even worry about this.
Good. Thank you so much. Now it's 10:31 and we've read all the questions. Going back to you, Professor Krashen, we can't thank you enough. It was absolute pleasure having you here on board, and we hope to see you in future events.
And now, allow me to welcome Professor Robert Redgrave. We're happy to have you here. Professor Redgrave is a professor of education at the University of Cambridge and a fellow of Hughes Hall, Cambridge. He's a director of the Digital Education Future Initiative at Hughes Hall. His research interests focus on developing a new theory and practice of education for Internet age, using technology to teach through dialogue and also to teach for dialogue. He has led many funded research projects exploring the Internet age. His title for today's talk is about designing education for collective intelligence and collective wisdom. We're happy to have you here, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm delighted to be here. I'm going to talk today about our work in Cambridge, designing education for collective intelligence and collective wisdom. So it's a vision of the future of education with technology, but obviously it's not a set of answers to these complicated problems. It's more of a program proposing a research agenda and a development agenda. And I'm going to give some examples from research and some suggestions for how we can take that program forward to rethink education. I'll start with the context, with why we really need to rethink education. I've always been quite preoccupied with the challenge of the internet age. I'm old enough to remember when the World Wide Web was born. And there was a lot of promise and hope at that time for collective thinking. But now there's a lot of feeling that the reality has been destructive and hasn't been helpful, has encouraged polarization and misinformation. I think that's an interesting challenge that education needs to address. It's a challenge linked to globalization, and it's probably linked to what's called the Anthropocene, the fact that we've now moved into a new age when human activity is having a huge impact on the planet and the quality of life. The most obvious example of this is the challenge of global warming, the need to collaborate as a planet in order to address this challenge, or we face, well, I'm not sure if we face destruction, but we certainly face very extreme consequences. Both of these examples and all the other many challenges we face, including, of course, things like the war in Ukraine and all the rest of it, seem to stem from thinking which is pursuing self-interest, the self-interest of individuals, the self-interest of groups, without sufficiently taking into account the collective interest, the ability to balance the interests of the future. So how are we going to address that? One simple example of the kind of challenge that education could face, I think, was illustrated by this Deepwater Horizon oil spill, which occurred a while ago, but they've since made quite a good Hollywood movie out of it. So I'm sure you can see it on Netflix or whatever channels you're using. What I found fascinating looking at this on the news was the difficulty they had solving the problem. We could actually see lots of attempts they made. And it struck me that various experts who were situated around the world were being called upon to work collaboratively together to solve the problem. And although they might be individual experts, their education had probably not equipped them to work collaboratively together with others online using technological tools to solve a problem. On the whole, most education systems are very much focused on individual exam results rather than on effective collaborative work. And yet every day now in our work situations, we face this situation. We need to work as a team. We need to collaborate across differences. As I say, that's sort of symbolic, that problem, with the problem that we face as a planet now. And education isn't timeless. Some people seem to think that it should never change, that teaching Shakespeare in England is something that we have to do forever. But clearly we need to shape our education to face these emerging global challenges. Fortunately, I think it is actually possible, but it will take quite an effort. Before explaining my proposal, I'll have to introduce this idea of collective intelligence. Now, in one sense, it's quite a simple idea because psychology has been very precise in measuring individual intelligence. There's a big psychometric tradition, and this can be applied to group intelligence. There was a very nice study done at the MIT in the United States by Anita Woolley team that showed that groups could think together in a very similar way to individuals to solve a range of problems. And some groups were better at solving many problems than other groups, very much like the idea of the IQ tests, where you usually have a range of problems. And you have this idea of the G factor, which is the overlap from the results of all the tests. So in a very, very similar way, some groups could be shown to be more intelligent than others. So when they zoomed in to figure out why those groups were more intelligent than others, they found that it wasn't just based on the IQ of the individual members, but it was based on how they worked together, on particularly what they called the social awareness, the social sensitivity, which could be measured. But this idea of intelligence that we've come to measure in IQ tests is quite limited. Originally, the term intelligence, well, actually, it comes from, etymologically, it comes from roots, which means knowing how to say the right thing in a context, being able to select what's appropriate and respond appropriately. So it's much broader than the kind of means-end rationality which we've come to associate with intelligence. So when we use this idea of artificial intelligence everywhere, what do we mean by the intelligence? Artificially intelligent machines are not wise. They're not able to select between alternatives or come up with creative solutions which maximize the benefit for everybody. They are designed simply to be fast and effective at solving a goal. The question is then, who decides on the goals? Who decides on the aims? This is where wisdom is needed to be brought back into the idea of intelligence. People avoid the idea of wisdom because in psychology sometimes, because it's difficult to measure, and that's probably why it hasn't had as much research as it needs. But actually, if you look at recent studies, there's been a Cambridge Handbook of Research on Wisdom. There's a lot more convergence than you might think, and there are many ways of measuring it. It's about balancing multiple interests to select or create the best way forward for everybody, for the whole situation. And I think it actually has a strong Islamic tradition. I'm working with a number of Islamic educators here in Cambridge, and the concept of hikmah seems to be central to the idea of education in Islam. At Cambridge, we have the Centre for Educational Dialogue, and I've worked with Neil Mercer, who's also here with me at Hughes Hall in Cambridge, with the Oracy Centre, over 3 decades now. Oh, was there a problem with the screen? Is everything good? Great. I've worked with colleagues in Cambridge over many years to develop programs for teaching effective talk. We call it dialogic education. We focus mainly on primary schools, but this works at every level. And if you're interested, you can see our resources there on the screen. Thinking Together was the first program that we developed, simple 10 lessons, which were helping groups of children, working with computers in many cases, to ask better questions, give better reasons, and generally to improve the way they were talking together. Just putting children in groups doesn't work. You need to structure the groups. This actually leads to demonstrably better thinking in many contexts. One of them that I showed here with these pictures, which was the basis of several studies quite a long time ago, but they've been repeated in many countries and been found to work, was that we could increase the intelligence of the groups using standard measures of, well, in this case, nonverbal reasoning using Raven's tests, but these are perhaps core to the idea of intelligence tests, and they were also used in the Anita Woolley study that I just mentioned. So we could show that by teaching groups of children ground rules for how to talk together better, they could improve their ability to solve problems. They didn't only do this as groups, but then when we measured them as individuals, they also improved. This comes from the Vygotskian idea, which I mentioned in this paper, from social interaction to individual reasoning, that good thinking is first of all collective. It's found socially, it's found in dialogues, and then it's internalized by individuals. So we've anyway provided some experimental evidence of that. But this isn't only about intelligence in the narrow sense, it's also about what I was calling earlier wisdom, or I'm just going to call it good thinking, good collective thinking. It's the idea of intelligence that includes problem setting, it includes finding goals and choosing the best goals and creating ways forward, as well as simply solving a pre-given problem. So one study in Mexico, led by Rojas Drummond, showed that by teaching the ground rules of exploratory talk using our thinking together approach, people could also do better on creative tasks, as well as on reasoning tasks. Indeed, my PhD student at that time, Sami Al-Sunaidi, who is now prominent in the education system in Saudi Arabia, did a very good study linking teaching ground rules for talk with some technological support for reasoning to creativity in the Saudi Islamic education curriculum in primary schools. Recently, in Chile, my student Marcelo Pizarro did a fascinating study with adult students showing that the IQ, if you like, of the groups could be much greater than that of individuals. The groups could solve problems much more effectively than individuals. A key factor, interestingly, as with the other studies I've mentioned, was the social relationships in the group, the presence of humor and the positive affect. Groups that could laugh together were able to challenge each other more. They were able to hold more cognitive dissonance in their ideas, and so the reasoning was better. So in all of these studies, we found ways of measuring the impact of group thinking, but we've been able to show which groups have value added, which groups do better as a result of working together in a group than any individual could do on these various tests. And we found that those groups have certain features, like encouraging each other, expressions of humility. Intellectual humility is very important to effective collective thinking. And of course, giving clear, elaborated explanations so that other people can participate in the thinking. Equal participation, the more equal groups obviously do better than those which are very divided. Humor is very important, with jokes and shared laughter, and a willingness to express intuitions, things that you need a certain trust in the group to be able to say things that aren't always based on evidence or rigorous arguments, but are feelings that need to be expressed in order to be explored. And of course, mutual respect has to be present in the way the groups interact. What is, I think, very interesting in these studies, is that basically good thinking seems to be collective. It seems to require good dialogue. A great deal of recent psychology, which is summarized in this interesting book, The Enigma of Reason, has demonstrated the extent to which individuals really aren't very good at thinking on their own. They have very strong biases, especially a my-side bias, which limits their ability to take other positions seriously. Good thinking, which includes effective reasoning, solving reasoning tests and so on, but is much bigger than that. It's also about moral reasoning. It's also about solving problems together and setting agendas together. So it's the sort of thinking we're going to need to solve the many challenges we face collectively now. That kind of good thinking depends on dialogue, in which you listen to all the perspectives that are relevant to the situation. They might not only be human perspectives. They might be the perspective of the future, the perspective of the environment. In order to think well, you need to include them all and find what Sternberg refers to as a balance. But I think it's more than a balance. It's about the creative play of these multiple perspectives in order to allow a new, more effective way forward to emerge that can motivate all the people involved. I thought this is quite interesting, this account of wisdom recently from Sternberg's work, that wise individuals are self-reflective and humble, epistemically humble at least. They recognize that they're not the only people with the answers and they might have things to learn from other people. They have to be, in order to enter into dialogue, you have to be open to the possibility of learning from others. And they care about finding solutions to complex problems that balance all interests for the sake of a common good, not just for their profit. And they're also, I think this is actually very important in what we've learned from effective dialogues, they're self-transcendent, they're connected to humanity and the world at large. So a good dialogue isn't just individuals listening to each other. In the very process, they become engaged in a dialogue with the bigger picture, with what I sometimes call the witness position. And I think that's a very important part of dialogue. But looking at that definition, you can see this classic prejudice or bias of psychology towards individuals. It's not only individuals who think, it's not only individuals who are wise. As we've just seen, in fact, individual thinking is always usually limited. Individuals need to challenge their ideas by engaging with others and with other voices. I think there's plenty of evidence to support Vygotsky's claims now that thinking begins collectively and is only then internalized, and that internal thinking is part of a larger collective thinking. So it's not really individuals who are wise, it's cultures who are wise. And as we've seen, frequently cultures aren't very wise at the moment, and this is a challenge for education. An interesting study by Sternberg, looking at the teaching of wisdom over the last century, showed that actually there was a lot less explicit wisdom being taught in schools now than before. There's been an increasing focus on things that are easy to measure, and wisdom in a secular, scientifically focused societies seems to have been forgotten. But it really needs to be revived if we're going to be able to survive in this challenging times for the future. So I've been talking about the possibility of teaching good thinking in small groups, in classrooms, especially primary classrooms, and we've really demonstrated that this can work in many countries around the world. But for me, the next stage is to teach that effective dialogue and to take it online so that groups can learn together around the world. One program which I worked with and evaluated, Generation Global, which has already worked with hundreds of thousands of young people around the world, and is currently focusing on dialogues around the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. Anyway, it takes the same dialogic approach. It teaches dialogue offline in small groups, and then it puts young people online to engage in discussions about global and citizenship issues in order to promote more open-mindedness. And my evaluation showed that it was very effective in doing that. But as well as online dialogues about citizenship issues and so on, we can use technology not only to support dialogues across difference, but also to augment the quality of those dialogues. There are many approaches. I just wanted to share a few ideas. I guess my main focus in this talk is not to provide answers, but to show that there is a research agenda which we could pursue, which is very promising, about how technology could be used to improve the quality of collective thinking, to teach not only for individuals, but also for groups, how to think better together and how to be wiser together, how to make better decisions. So much research in education, especially AI in education, has focused on individuals. So there's been some very good work. Squirrel AI in China, there are various groups in England. I looked at Sparks Mathematics, which uses AI in the form of adaptive tutoring in order to enhance education for individuals so that they, move forward more rapidly and get better exam results. But we can use similar AI techniques to help groups think together. It's just, for some reason, there hasn't been the same research focus. There hasn't been the same funding for those studies. And I'm proposing that we reorient to see how we can use technology to promote this collective thinking. One example from Michael Hogan in Ireland. He's going to visit us at Cambridge shortly. He's a visiting fellow to work together on these issues, is to use particular tools. Well, it's called Warfield's Interpretive Structural Modeling System. It's a bit like, I'll show you more example in the next, so you can get an idea of what it is. It's a bit like when you go to conferences and you put up lots of little post-it notes, but it's using algorithms in the background to extract what is the most central ideas of the group in order to help. And each stage they come up with the core ideas and then they dialogue about them, reflect on them again and refine them. In order to do this with a large group of people, this technology helps, and it has been used in decision-making examples to support citizens' assemblies. Citizens' assemblies have been used in Ireland to make decisions about key issues where 50 people are brought together for a period of time and shown expert evidence in order to decide what's the best way forward. This is a much better way of making collective decisions than just voting on them. It's like having a design workshop. And this kind of technology, which is tried and tested and has been used for some time, can support that decision-making process. So we really need more research on how AI can be used to support groups thinking together better. Another very interesting example I just wanted to share with you, which is, this has already been used in Taiwan, this system. It's called Polis. It's a kind of software that tries to do the opposite of what's been happening in social media. In social media, the emphasis on likes has tended to lead to echo chambers and polarization, where people find themselves in groups thinking the same sort of things. With Polis, which has, as I say, been used by the digital minister in Taiwan, Audrey Tang, to help make some political decisions that needed to be made, is a way of encouraging people to engage in dialogue together. Through the map, they can see how their positions vary from other people, and they're prompted to engage with the arguments of those on the other extreme. So the overall effect is not just to force people to adopt the same opinion, but it's to encourage convergence. It's to encourage collective thinking about the kind of solutions that will get as much support as possible from all the people involved. Again, these are early days, but it's interesting how we could design software for online interaction that could support effective dialogic thinking together. And we really need to pursue this more. Other examples, of course, are the use of edubots, chatbots online in this recent study. And it's again very new, and there's been surprisingly little research on it. The chatbots encourage people to think differently and put them together into groups, guiding, as long as the discussion follows the ground rules that we taught in thinking together of politeness and respect. It's very important to promote not convergence and sameness, but to encourage different views and then reasoning about those views, exploring all the alternatives. I wanted to go back to visit some studies I've been involved in, large European studies promoting collective thinking, which, because they were funded in Europe, because they didn't lead to commercial solutions, have tended to be put on the shelf. But they proved to be very effective in these research studies. One was developing a visual language to support collective thinking. We had small groups of people doing challenge-based or problem-based learning together. And by using this map that we developed, they were able to reflect on the process. So the idea was that they didn't just learn to solve a particular problem, but they became better at working together to solve problems in general. Each of the individuals involved, in a sense, became a better group moderator. They came to understand the process, the stages of the group, brainstorming, building models, testing models. But part of that process was also thinking about the correct affective state, when you're supposed to be creative, when you're supposed to be more analytical. So we developed not only tools to map the process, but also these thinking hats that they should put on at different stages, thinking about how they should be as people in order to solve the problem, when they needed to be more intuitive, when they needed to be more rational. Again, this is an area, I'm not suggesting that we should apply this to education systems now, but this is an area where we really need more research, because it did prove very effective in developing their ability to solve problems together, their collaborative problem solving. Another research project that I wanted to share was Argonaut, which developed an intelligent guide to support productive online dialogue, using this rather interesting dynamic concept mapping interface, which in many ways works better than the kind of list forums you often get online. I found that it supported more creativity because you have more perspectives to see at any one time. What was interesting about this is that we use natural language processing and data mining in order to give feedback on the quality of the talk. We could actually find in the dashboard for each group, we could find whether they were reasoning creatively, and also whether they were pursuing, well, whether they were being creative or whether they were pursuing chains of reasons. This, of course, enables us, we use decoding of critical thinking, creative thinking, dialogic engagement, which is partly linked to these ideas that we should bring wisdom back into intelligence. It's about expressions of doubt, changing your mind, eliciting the views of other people, and also moderation, encouraging and supporting the whole process of thinking. What was interesting, though, as I say, is that we used machine learning in order to understand the quality of the dialogues in a way that could help teachers move in to moderate, but it also suggested intervention. So, for example, if there was no creative reasoning after 5 or 10 minutes, you could have a little prompt saying, can you think of another way of looking at this problem, to encourage creativity. One aspect of Argonaut was the deep loop, so that we would, what happened was that these interventions could be evaluated for their effectiveness and improve over time. So the idea, I think we've got it. Yes, imagine that you have 20 or 100 groups online. This happened very much with the pandemic, with Zoom. There were a lot of people being put into groups, but the groups weren't always very effective. The teachers couldn't be in every group online. Whereas here, you could have automatic monitoring and improvement and encouragement of the discourse, so that one teacher could manage, say, 100 groups working online. Obviously, it needs a bit more development, but it was really very fascinating, and I think it shows a lot of potential. So that's really what I'm suggesting, a program of researching more into how we can improve the quality of online thinking through AI. So at Cambridge, I'm now the director of a new center, the Digital Education Futures Initiative, where we're really trying to find support to explore all these different ways in which we could promote more collective intelligence and collective wisdom through the use of technology in education. Building on the success of Generation Global, we're proposing a Cambridge Open Web of Learning, where young people from a range of different countries to work together on shared challenges using the kind of tools that we've that I've just described here. We're also developing already a global platform. It's already there, so do please join us and sign up. A global platform for teachers to learn together, to do close to practice research together, and to share the results of that research. This is called CAMTRE, the Cambridge Teacher Research Exchange. So with these various projects, we are hoping to explore the new possibilities of education with the digital age in ways that address the pressing global challenges that we have. So what I'm really proposing in this talk is that we all join together and support a collective research agenda in education, not just using artificial intelligence for individual learning, which is, as I say, it's adaptive, it's efficient. This is a good start. This is good research. But what about using artificial intelligence and machine learning to support collective intelligence and education for collective intelligence? First, of course, we need a thorough scoping review of all the work that's been done in this area. And we're already doing that at DEFI in Cambridge. But then I think that it's very important in this field that we don't just have good ideas, big ideas about wisdom and how technology should improve education. We need to ground this in the data. Policymakers and practitioners are not going to be able to implement this new education system unless they have evidence of what works and how to make it work. And to that end, I propose that we engage far more seriously in educational design-based research. That's to say, research which tries to implement the designs based on these ideas in order to find out all the problems that there are structural and political problems in education, as well as the technological problems, to find out how we can make moderated small group learning work in specific areas to support mathematics, or how we can support automatic sorting of groups to improve their learning, or the use of chatbots. There are so many potentials there for improving education. But just having the ideas isn't enough. We need to ground it on research, because invariably you'll find that in practice things are very complicated, and ideas that should work don't always work. And we need to work together with practitioners in communities of learning to find the best results and share them. So that's why we're creating these global communities of learning like CAMTRE, and we hope you'll join us in that initiative. I think we really need a global education system using visual languages, for example, to support problem solving about global warming and all the other issues that have faced us, so that children are being inducted as the entrepreneurs, the creators of the future, who can work together to solve these problems and take them seriously with more holistic thinking. There are so many ideas, and there's a massive potential. Obviously, I'm not suggesting that all education should move online. Socialization and in-person relationships are important. But our current style of education does not seem to be good for producing the kind of collective intelligence that we're going to need to solve the challenges of the future. Is it possible to augment in-person school-based or community learning center-based education with internet-mediated dialogic education, such that having done your initial primary education into core skills, literacy, and so on, but also into how to learn together with other people, would it not be possible to pursue 1,000 different routes of learning on the internet, which you're not doing individually? You are joining groups and communities, and ultimately you're joining the global scientific communities that are working together to solve problems like the pandemic or global warming or asteroids. Or you could join, or of course, groups in every area of life. You could join these online learning communities from your base, which would be working together with your colleagues in a local area. So it's not necessary to move everybody online, but it's necessary to rethink how we do education, perhaps initially augmenting the curriculum in schools with participation in these more global online activities. we should try some experimental research studies to see if we can together design education that promotes collective intelligence and collective wisdom. I'll stop there. That's my talk. I hope there's enough time for questions. Thank you.
Thank you so
Hi,
much.
how does the question and answer system going to work?
It's actually posted in the chat box, but thank you so much for your inspiring talk. I'm actually personally interested to ask you first about icebreaker activities. I usually start my classroom with an icebreaker activity. It's not linked to the instruction or the course, but I love to ask my students some questions and then we go around and we chat. And I do this to just motivate them and activate their brains to start the classroom with sharing something slash personal or social or sometimes academic. Would that count to, I'm going to say, engaging them in dialogic teaching and learning?
Oh, very much so. I guess the key factor, as we found, even with this very rigorous study by a psychometrician in Chile, Marcelo Pizarro, we found that even to get better thinking on IQ tests, you needed the social and emotional side. Communities that had built a sense of relationship were far more effective at thinking together than those that hadn't. So icebreakers and the social emotional education that's needed to build group identity is actually crucial also to cognition. So I'd call that key part of dialogic education, absolutely. Although you do have to be careful. Many years ago in Exeter, I did a whole, while I was teaching the undergraduates, everything was online through blogging, and we started off with lots of icebreakers. And I encouraged everybody to put up jokes, which seemed like a great idea because everyone likes jokes, but it's quite dangerous, because some jokes are not good.
Yes.
That was a risk. So you have to be careful with the icebreakers.
Yes, that's really true. Okay, thank you so much. We have Miss Yolia asking or commenting. Thank you, Professor Rupert, for a much needed focus on gaining collective wisdom in teaching, as well as for an excellent point about humor in the working collective. My question is this: how are the current studies on group collaboration addressing the difference in temperaments, introverts versus extroverts? Their approach to interaction is quite different. How are their strengths and weaknesses being utilized in collective learning? Thank you.
Well, that's a very interesting question. And that, I suppose, it shows in practice the complexity of any kind of teaching intervention. So in what I've been proposing works for the majority of people, but there are always a few children in every classroom who find it very difficult to participate in group talking. But I don't think that's a reason to reject the approach. It's a reason to engage in this educational design-based research process that I was describing in order to come up with alternatives that can work for different kinds of people. One example, which is not exactly an answer to your question, but I think it's related, is that in China, where in many classrooms there's much less interest or focus on talking, but it doesn't mean there isn't an interest in reflection, we're developing approaches which are more about the internal dialogue. So you could get children to spend some time in silence, thinking on their own and maybe writing down their answer to a question before engaging in dialogue with others. So we can design it in ways that are more comfortable for the introverts or more comfortable for the extroverts, depending on the context, on the kind of children and young people we're dealing with. And part of that context is cultural, I think. And there's also issues of neurodiversity, as you know. But it doesn't, that's where the technology is very handy. For instance, the study I mentioned by Sami Al-Sunaidi here in Saudi Arabia was using children in classrooms, in primary classrooms, but the brainstorming was enhanced by doing writing online. And many people who are more introverted find it much easier to interact asynchronously online, where it's possible to take the floor and you can think about what you're saying. So the technology is very helpful to design for the range of different kinds of people and cultures that there are.
Interesting. Thank you so much. We also have a question by Payal. How can one apply machine learning in educational technology in the present times, especially with diverse classrooms?
Well, the suggestion in, well, it's a very broad question. I'm not
That's
quite sure what
correct.
the focus is, but I'll just go back to the, I think where the machine learning was extremely interesting was I was quite surprised how possible it was with machine learning to recognize creativity in our online interactions. And increasingly now with this idea of the metaverse, which is being promoted by Meta, which was Facebook, where you, with the development of technology, it's possible to have real-time analysis of spoken interactions, not just written interactions. And that analysis can give you some clue as to the educational quality. Obviously, we already have many systems that will intervene to recognize rude words or bad behavior, but we can also recognize and encourage reasoning, questioning, and also creativity and dialogic interaction of the kind you were just talking about with your icebreakers. And so that's where I think machine learning is very useful, because what we were trying to do in Argonaut, I maybe didn't explain it very well, but not only was machine data mining really being used to recognize patterns in the talk, but through feedback to the moderation, we were using machine learning to constantly improve the interventions of the moderators and teachers. So the system as a whole was learning how to be more effective at teaching. I don't know if that's an answer, because I'm not quite sure what you're getting at with the diverse classrooms. There are, of course, many different kinds of diversities that we need to work with.
Definitely, I agree with you. I also have here Dr. Alia. Thanking you so much for this wonderful presentation. And she's saying that she agrees that we need to work together to achieve where we need to go with the education in the midst of the digital revolution. Her question is as follows. Where should we begin in order to create a positive global learning experience across a different level of education?
Well, I've been quite inspired by the global education platforms that are already out there. I mentioned Generation Global because I've worked with them, but there are several others. One that's quite interesting is Empatico, which is designed to promote empathy across different cultures and different children. It's interesting how the Generation Global platform has been designed specifically to support this. So for instance, the moderation, they don't, if somebody has a problem with something that's said, they don't wait before they take it down. They take it down straight away. So the moderation has to be very severe. But they also have designed the team blogging in ways that promote people working together constructively, forming small groups of people from different countries to using ground rules, which say first you teach off computer in your home group, but then online you're constantly reminded to build on what other people are saying and to show respect in the way that you respond to them and things like that, such that they can create an environment where any child anywhere in the world with a smartphone could go online and engage in constructive interactions with other people in other parts of the world. So I'm looking at the design of Generation Global, for example, shows that it really can be done, and they've been very successful in their outcomes. Is that an answer to the question? So I don't see why that shouldn't be a part of every primary education of every child in the world, as well as other things that they're learning, literacy and numeracy. They could learn to go online and develop a sense of global culture. Now, you might say, and people say, that language is a barrier, and of course it's an important barrier. In a way, it's also an enabler, because many people want to learn other languages, and the best way to do that is by talking to those from other cultures. But increasingly, Google Translate and other software systems that have been developed are amazingly good at enabling communication across cultural barriers, as well as, of course, increasing use of icons, pictures, and videos and music. So I think we can overcome that barrier as well.
Yeah, I agree with you. Utilizing technology, we can use it within our classroom, but also we have to keep in mind that the end result should be creating a meaningful discussion, right? Okay, we have Dr. Badr saying that thank you so much for this enlightening presentation and innovative thoughts. We have Ms. Fozia asking, can we expect publisher to integrate more aspect of collective intelligence in course books?
Well, yes, course books. Increasingly, technology is changing the nature of course books so that they can be continuously updated. And for collective intelligence, I think you do need to induct people into dialogue. So you can't just induct them into a true answer to things. Everything can be taught as a dialogue and through dialogue in order to promote understanding and to promote the kind of future skills of critical questioning and collaboration that are needed to take science areas forward, for example. How can that be reflected in course books? I actually don't really know, although I do work with Cambridge Assessment and Cambridge University Press here, and I know they have very innovative approaches to curriculum materials. I just feel it's important, yes, it's important to emphasize the multiplicity of voices in every area as a way to induct people not only into face-to-face dialogues, into classrooms, but into long-term dialogues. So perhaps one, I'm not sure if this, I think this is happening to some extent, but one way to teach every area is not to teach it as fixed and final, but to teach it as what I call the dialogue so far. So these are what people have claimed, and these are why they have claimed it in this historical context. So that everything is understood as having multiple possibilities, so as to induct people into the process of thinking. In order to understand any area of science, you do need to look at the alternatives. It's not saying all the alternatives are equally right. Of course they're not. But in order to understand the best answer we have, you have to understand why we rejected the other answers, if that makes sense. So course books could be designed to be increasingly dialogic in the sense that they represent multiple perspectives and promote debates. I don't know if that's really an answer. We would have to work with the experts on the course on that one.
Excellent. All right. We have also someone asking, he would be very happy if you could explain the idea that you raised or could be implemented in various contexts, particularly in developing countries where there is structural and infrastructural hurdles to collaboration.
Yes, one very interesting study, which we're doing a lot of really interesting research in this area in our new Digital Education Futures initiative at Cambridge. And our new manager of DEFI, Dr. Kevin Martin, he's only just recently got his doctorate working in working in East Africa, in Kenya and Tanzania, in rural communities, where they have smartphones, but very limited access. But even so, they can connect to a platform and they can download content and they can share it between phones using little data thingies. It's like, what are those SD cards, aren't they? Those little things you share. So that even with very limited access and very limited technology, if just one person in the group has a smartphone, they are still making it effective. So this is mainly about education for farmers in rural communities. So the farmers can upload videos. Videos are often a problem. So sometimes they upload text and ideas and pictures showing how to effectively work on the millet that they're growing, on other things. And these can be shared in a community of practice across a range of villages in rural East Africa, in order to learn together in dialogue groups in the village. So in other words, there are pedagogical models that can address poor connectivity and the structural problems and have been shown to be very effective. There are other studies that we've been doing. This in West Africa was actually working with healthcare workers who are promoting vaccination. And by peer sharing using the mobile phone networks, they've been shown to empower these people as teachers teaching each other, because people usually learn best from people like them who understand their situations, and so massively improve the quality of the education of these basic healthcare workers. So I think there's similar dialogic plus technology approaches can be applied in many situations in the developing world, and we're certainly hoping to work on that.
Very good. All right, we have our before the final, we have two more questions. We have Ms. Shazia asking, how would a collective wisdom session conclude in a learning environment? What would be the expectation of an outcome? Would participants be expected to manage the expectation, move toward the general sense, or agree or disagree?
You know, I first came to what I'm promoting is an idea, an aspect of education, which isn't really about outcomes. I sometimes call it dialogue as an end in itself. And that sounds very vague, but I came to it by looking at the quality of, for example, interfaith dialogues, interfaith groups, where you get people from different faith traditions dialoguing together, which is something that's been going on for a few decades now in many parts of the world. And I'm talking to those people, and if you read the accounts, many of them have learned a great deal from discussing things with people with a very different faith tradition. Mostly they learn about their own faith tradition and they understand it better and they feel stronger in their identity. And in other words, this is not dialogue in order to change, to learn something new, to change your mind. It's dialogue to expand your awareness. Just by understanding where people are coming from different perspectives, that actually expands your consciousness and your understanding, and it encourages greater wisdom in taking any decision. So you don't need to change your mind in any measurable way, but you can become more dialogic, more aware of all the alternatives, and more humble about your own core beliefs, in the sense that you're aware that there are other people with other views. And this is really just as important in science as it is in interreligious dialogue. It's really important for the progress of science that people are more intellectually humble and more able to listen to other perspectives. So my idea then of education for wisdom is education for dialogue as an end in itself. You can measure that. I've produced a measure for Generation Global of dialogic open-mindedness. But do you really need to measure it? Can you not, through your intuition as a teacher, and through talking to the children, be aware of the progress that is being made? Should education always be led by that which is most easily measurable? Because that's what I see happening. That's why in this study by Sternberg, you see a decrease in teaching for wisdom over the last century, and an increase in teaching to the test, increasing to learning gains that can be easily measured on standardized tests. I think we really need to rethink what we're doing as teachers and what we're doing in education to return to a more original vision of education for wisdom. Oh, sorry, I'm getting carried away there, but that's a good question. Thank you very much. I hope you liked the answer.
Yes, very much. Thank you so much. All right, our last question would be, at the European level, many projects are conducted in this perspective. Is there a concrete plan to promote collaboration at the undergraduate level to other areas of the globe?
Well, yes, there has been quite a focus on the European Union on funding studies in this area. I've been a bit disappointed at their sustainability, though, because when funded, it's easy to do the research, but when the funding stops, it's a shame if all these ideas aren't implemented. And that's what we're trying to do with the Digital Education Futures Initiative, focusing on impact, on getting funding for sustainable business models to promote this kind of education everywhere. But I'm not sure that the premise is quite right, because I've also seen increasing interest in dialogic and collaborative learning in Japan, in China, in Taiwan, in other parts of the world. And in America, there's been a lot of funding for initiatives like virtual internships that are all about collaborative learning. So hopefully this will be the future of education. I know that the OECD and Andreas Schleicher are very keen on promoting global citizenship and collaborative and creative learning skills. And I think many people who really think deeply about education are moving in the same direction to promote more collaboration, more dialogue, more communication.
Thank you so much for this inspiring talk and enlightening discussion. We do really appreciate your time and effort, and we hope in the future we can have ongoing project and also collaboration between the lab and your centers, and also for the young projects to see the light. Thank you so much for your time, and we appreciate your efforts.
Oh, thank you all very much. Very nice to talk to you. I hope it was useful.
Absolutely enlightening. Thanks. And have a wonderful, is it morning?
Yes, it's still the morning.
Have a wonderful morning.
Today, we are pleased to welcome a very distinguished speaker from Oxford University, Professor Charles Hume. Professor Charles Hume is a professor of psychology and education at the University of Oxford and is a William Golding Senior Research Fellow at Brasenose College, Oxford. Professor Hume has broad research interests in reading, language, and memory processes, together with their development. He also is an expert on randomized controlled trials in education. He has published widely and is in the top 2% for citations of all researchers in the field of education. Actually, I Googled Professor Charles yesterday, and I found that he had 44,435 citations. MashaAllah. He has published widely and, as I said, in the top 2% for citations of all research in the field of education. He holds an honorary doctorate from the University of Oslo, and he's a member of Academia Europaea and a fellow of the Academy of Social Sciences. He was also elected a fellow of the British Academy in 2017. So today, Professor Charles Hume is going to share with us his expert opinion on how early oral language school intervention can produce meaningful improvements in children's oral language skills, reading skills, and possibly help reduce their behavioral problems. It's a very important topic, especially when children come from socially disadvantaged backgrounds, because when they enter school with poor oral language skills, this compromises their ability to benefit from education. With that, I think I can ask you all to join me in welcoming our very special guest, Professor Hume. And Professor Hume, the floor is yours now. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Just check that everybody can hear me okay and see my slides okay.
Yes, yeah, we can hear you well and we can see the slides very well. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. It's a great pleasure to join you today. And I'm going to start by giving you a summary of the main things I want to talk to you about today. I'm a professor of psychology and education, but I'm also the founder and chief executive officer of a University of Oxford spin-out company called Oxed and Assessment. And some of the work I'm going to be talking about blends our basic research into how language skills develop and how they can be facilitated with practical applications into how we can develop technology to assess language skills and provide effective interventions to improve language skills. So to start with a summary, I guess I'm on a crusade to try to persuade people that oral language skills are critical for education and more generally for children's well-being. I'm going to talk to you about a new mobile app called the Language Screen, which gives teachers and others working with children a quick and reliable measure of children's language skills. I'm going to describe some work on intervention that shows that we can effectively improve children's oral language skills, even when the interventions are delivered by people who are not necessarily highly skilled to begin with, but after training, they become skilled in delivering language intervention. I believe that improving oral language skills is very important in its own right, but as Hala said in the introduction, such improvements may also transfer to improvements in literacy skills and also may have wider benefits for educational attainment and children's psychosocial and emotional development. Okay, let's just start with the basics. Why are language skills so critical for education and well-being? Well, the first thing to say about that is that language is what we call the medium of instruction. Most of formal education involves people listening to information that's delivered via oral language from the teacher, understanding it, possibly asking questions about it or expressing their understanding of it. In that sense, language as the medium of instruction is the foundation for nearly all of teaching. So today, I'm sitting in my office in England and I'm speaking to you, and people are in many other parts of the world. You're listening to me and hopefully understanding what I'm saying and encoding what I'm saying into new forms of knowledge that you will take away with you from this session. As well as being the foundation or the medium of instruction, oral language skills are the foundation for literacy skills. So our ability to read and to spell and to write all depend upon our oral language skills. I could give another lecture or several lectures about that. I'm not really going to talk very much about literacy today, but I would say one of the clearest conclusions to emerge from research into the development of literacy skills in the last 20 years or so is that literacy builds directly upon a foundation in oral language, and that children with deficient oral language skills typically or frequently go on to have problems with literacy skills. Perhaps more contentiously or less well recognized is the close link between language skills and arithmetic. Numeracy skills, arithmetic skills depend heavily upon children's verbal skills. Most obviously, counting is a critical foundation for learning numeracy, and counting is essentially a verbal skill. In terms of the role of language in social and emotional development, children need to be able to communicate, to make friends, to join in activities, and to express their feelings. And in young children, language skills are critical for children to communicate with those looking after them in school and other settings. And finally, there's some evidence that language in terms of inner speech may be important for the development of what's sometimes referred to as self-regulation. Self-regulation refers to our ability to, if you like, calm ourselves down or encourage ourselves to go on in the face of adversity. And many of us are aware that when things are getting difficult, we may talk to ourselves, and when we're getting angry, we may talk to ourselves and try and calm ourselves down. So for all of these reasons, I think the development of language skills are absolutely fundamental for educational development and well-being. And this means that interventions which target oral language skills have a big potential for improving educational outcomes and psychosocial development. Now, let's talk about children who have difficulties in this area, which I guess is my main focus in my research. Although language difficulties are not generally well recognised, they are certainly common. And the best estimates from population studies suggest that around 7% or more of children have clinically significant language difficulties in the early years. These problems in developing language become evident early in development in the preschool period, typically, or preschool and school entry period, but they're not obvious, and teachers are not well educated in order to recognize and diagnose language difficulties. Characteristics of children with language problems would include slow vocabulary development, poor formation of sentences, difficulties with so-called narrative or storytelling skills, so a problem in retelling a story or understanding a story from pictures and saying what's happening in a set of pictures, a short listening span. And I should say, usually language difficulties affect both language comprehension and language production. Those are sometimes referred to as receptive language skills and expressive language skills. And usually those two things go closely together. Now, it's important to distinguish between language, as I'm talking about it here, and speech. I think speech difficulties are much more commonly recognized in school than language difficulties are. Language difficulties often tend to remain hidden. By speech difficulties, I mean problems in articulating the sounds of your language. So if I speak like this, I might be seen to have a speech problem, but what I am saying is perfectly well formed. Sorry, that's a bit of a parody of a speech problem, but you get the idea. I'm not articulating the sounds well, but the meaning being conveyed is correct. Anyway, children with language difficulties also sometimes have speech difficulties, but not always. But I would say children with language difficulties are often recognized either because of the co-occurrence of speech difficulties or if they develop secondary behavior problems in school. Anyway, my point is that language difficulties are common and they should be addressed in the early years. That's in preschool and early school years. But a big issue, I believe, highlighted by our research, is that teachers are not trained to identify language problems and lack tests with which to do so. Okay, in 2020, so a couple of years ago, we published this article in Current Directions in Psychological Science, which basically reviewed evidence for the ability, for our ability to improve children's language skills. The review we wrote in this paper included results from a meta-analysis which showed that targeted language interventions can produce meaningful improvements in children's oral language skills. And perhaps not surprisingly, studies that had high quality implementation or delivery of language intervention produced larger improvements in language skills than studies with less well developed, less well delivered interventions. And we also reviewed some evidence in this paper that language intervention, when it improves language skills, can produce improvements that generalize to reading comprehension. So in this paper, actually one of the best evidenced language interventions that we considered was a language intervention of our own called the Nuffield Early Language Intervention Programme. And I'm going to talk to you in some detail about that shortly. Okay, in order to provide education professionals with a way of assessing children's language skills, therefore being able to identify children with language difficulties and provide support for them, we've developed an app referred to as Language Screen. Language Screen is now marketed by our company, Oxford Assessment, and I'll describe the evolution of this assessment from its beginnings in our research. So Language Screen is an app running on a Apple or Android tablet or phone. And Language Screen assesses children's language abilities, as I've been describing them here. That's their speaking and listening skills. Language Screen is automatically scored and generates a report for each child that has been tested. To do so, the app or the software that the app speaks to combines the scores from 4 different subtests in Language Screen. A measure called expressive vocabulary, that's a measure of how many pictures a child can name correctly. A measure referred to as receptive vocabulary, that's a measure of how well children can match a spoken word to the correct picture. When they're shown a set of 4 pictures that have distractors that might be similar in meaning and or sound to the target word. A measure of listening comprehension, that's a test where children hear short spoken stories which are read to them by the app and then have to answer questions about the information in those stories. And finally, a measure called sentence repetition, where children hear a sequence of increasingly long and complex sentences and simply have to repeat them verbatim. And this test now has been standardized with a very, very large sample of children in the UK, and we're actively developing parallel versions of it for other languages and collecting data in other territories outside of the United Kingdom. And it's suitable for children from roughly the age of 3 up to the age of 9 years, or possibly a little bit older. So Language Screen is designed to be used by school staff and so fills an important gap. The use of automated testing reduces or eliminates variations in test administration and scoring and allows the generation of automated reports. And Language Screen was used to identify children requiring language intervention in our last randomized controlled trial examining the Nelly Language Intervention Programme, and has also been used in a current national rollout of the Nelly programme. That's our language intervention programme, which has been funded by the UK government. So Language Screen provides a quick and reliable assessment of a child's language skill, and also provides a way of measuring their progress in language skills across time. Here's some statistical information about Language Screen. Broadly speaking, these 4 subtests load onto a single variable, which we can call language ability. And these numbers here reflect the strength of weighting or loading of these subtests onto the language latent variable. This provides evidence for the idea that language skills can be considered what I call a unitary trait. That's something a little bit like IQ. It's something that's like you have either more of or less of, but you don't particularly have different forms of it. Now, we validated language skills in a couple of Language Screen in a couple of different ways. In the randomized control trial that I'm going to talk to you about in a moment, language screen was administered by school staff to roughly 6,000 children, and the bottom 1,150 or so of those children were then seen by a team of specially trained speech and language therapists, who then gave individually administered tests of language ability that took about half an hour. What this structural equation model shows here is a very remarkable finding. The assessment of language from language screen correlated 0.95 with the assessment of language from the individually administered tests given by trained speech and language therapists. So this is really saying that language screen gives an almost perfect assessment of a child's language skills using people who have not been specially trained. These are school staff without specialist training, and in roughly 10 minutes, whereas the individually administered test took at least half an hour to administer and then had to be scored and uploaded to our system. In terms of its psychometric properties, language screen has very good reliability. And in terms of its validity, I've just shown you the correlation between the test and the global language factor from individual speech and language therapist assessments. And it also correlates strongly with well standardized measures of language ability. Okay. Now, one of the things we know about language difficulties is that they're strongly associated with social disadvantage. And here's a plot of data from a very large sample of children in our current rollout of language screen and language intervention in the UK. And what I'm plotting here are changes in language screen standard scores as we go from the least deprived schools to the most socially deprived schools. And what you can see here is that there's somewhere between an 11 and 12 point difference in language screen standard scores between children in the most advantaged schools or least deprived schools and children in the most deprived schools. So this is showing that language screen is highly sensitive to these socially mediated differences in language development. In our studies, we've also seen many children who come from so-called English as an additional language homes. These are children whose parents don't speak English as their typical language at home. And what we can see here across age groups from 42 months to 102 months is that there's a very large difference in language screen scores between children who are from English speaking backgrounds compared to children from non-English speaking backgrounds. So again, the effects of language background in the home are clearly evident in the results you get from language screen, as of course they should be. So just to summarize, language screen gives teachers an easy automated way of assessing children's language abilities. It's highly reliable and it correlates highly with individually administered standardized tests of language skill. Let me move on now to talk about interventions to improve children's oral language skills. And I'm going to talk about a language intervention program called the Nuffield Early Language Intervention Program. This is work done by Silke Fricker, Claudine Bow-Ukraine, Maggie Snowling and myself over a number of years in developing this program and evaluating its effectiveness. The programme is currently published by Oxford University Press, and I'll describe in some detail how the programme works and the evidence for its effectiveness. So the Nuffield Early Language Intervention Programme, which we typically now refer to as the NELLI programme, is gone through a variety of forms, development over a number of years in different research studies. But the final published form of this intervention is a 20-week intervention programme that is delivered to children in reception classes in the UK. That's the first year of compulsory education, which goes roughly from the age of 4.5 to 5.5 in the UK. So it's a 20-week programme which goes across 2 school terms in the UK. And in the first 10 weeks of the programme, children get 3 30-minute group sessions each week and 2 15-minute individual sessions. And these sessions really target the development of narrative, vocabulary, and listening skills. So this is a purely oral language-based programme. Vocabulary teaching is done by directly teaching children the meanings of words which they may not be expected to know at the age we're working with them. We develop children's listening skills by reading them stories and then having discussions about the meanings of stories. And we develop children's narrative or expressive language skills, particularly working with pictures and sequences of pictures to get the children to tell stories from the pictures using their own language. And the staff working with children are trained to use a variety of techniques called scaffolding and expansion to help the children improve their own language production in these highly structured sessions. That's particularly true in the individual sessions. The intervention continues in essentially the same way in the second term, the second 20 weeks, but we add in some work on letter sound knowledge and phonological awareness to aid the development of early reading skills. Now, we've published a number of randomized trials examining slightly different versions of the NELLI programme over the years. The first RCT was published in 2008, and in that we compared a group of children receiving the NELLI programme with a group of children receiving a reading intervention programme. And we found moderate effect sizes showing that the language intervention children showed improvements on a variety of language measures compared to the children receiving the reading intervention. In 2013, a second study, we had a much a larger group of children, and in this study we used a 30-week version of the programme which had extended downward to begin in the pre-reception year, the nursery school year in the UK. And in this study we got very large effects on language skills from the programme compared to an untreated control group. And we also showed that the language intervention produced substantial improvements in reading comprehension at a delayed follow-up. And finally, in 2017, we published another study showing rather weaker effects, but still statistically significant effects that were maintained over a 6-month follow-up period for children receiving the NELLI programme compared to children in an untreated control group. Finally, last year we published what we believe is the largest ever randomized control trial to evaluate any language intervention. And this was a cluster randomized trial in some 193 schools were randomly assigned to either receive the intervention or not. As I described, we used language screen for school staff to assess every child in each class in each school. That was roughly 6,000 children. So this focuses on the published version of the 20-week program as published by Oxford University Press. In this trial, we delivered training in collaboration with a partner organization called ERL2022. And in terms of the, we selected essentially roughly the bottom 20% of the sample as identified by language screen to receive our language intervention. And the schools were randomly assigned to either receive the intervention or to a business as usual control group. The results of that trial are summarized in this rather complicated structural equation model diagram. What this diagram shows is that at pre-test, we used 4 individually administered measures of language ability, and they all define a common language factor. We used the same measures at post-test after the intervention had happened, and again, they define a common factor. This number here, 0.88, refers to the stability of language skills between pre-test and post-test, and it's very high. This is a reliable, a stability coefficient or a longitudinal correlation of almost 0.9, 0.88. But the most critical finding in this diagram is that the children in the intervention group had language post-test scores that were 0.26 of a standard deviation better than the children in the untreated control group. So this is a substantial and educationally meaningful improvement in language skills. We can do exactly the same analysis with the language screen data. Again, we get a latent variable for language defined by the 4 language screen measures at pre-test and post-test. Again, that measure, that latent variable, shows very high stability. And in this case, we get a similarly sized, possibly slightly larger effective intervention of 0.32 of a standard deviation. So children's scores on language screen who had the intervention were 0.32 of a standard deviation better than children who hadn't received it. Some additional findings from this study. Some 34% of the children identified as requiring language intervention came from homes where English is an additional language. That's not surprising. The children from such homes showed identical benefits from intervention to the non-EAL children. Boys and girls showed identical benefits from the intervention. And there were, in addition to the benefits to language skills, small beneficial effects of the intervention on a measure of single word reading. We were measuring single word reading after the children had been in school for only roughly 6 to 8 months. So their reading skills were really in the very early stages of development. But we were pleased and slightly surprised maybe that we got small beneficial effects of the intervention on single word reading ability, because remember, the intervention here doesn't include any work on reading, although it does include some work on letter sound knowledge and phoneme awareness, which we know are critical foundational skills for reading development. In this study, we also examine the relationships between language skills, improvements in language skills, and measures of so-called behavioral adjustment. It's well established that language difficulties are associated with behavior difficulties in school. For example, a meta-analysis by Chow et al. Show a small negative correlation between children's language skills and ratings of their behavior in school. In more clinical populations, children with clinically significant language impairments have been found to be 2.26 times more likely than their peers to exhibit so-called externalizing behavior problems. That's basically being disruptive and being naughty. And up to 1.84 times more likely to present with so-called internalizing problems. Those are things like being depressed or anxious. So there's no doubt that having a language impairment or language weakness it's difficult to make causal claims here, but language problems are associated with these other problems. And we also know that children with better language skills appear to form better relationships with their teachers in the first years of school. And there's also an association between language skills as measured by vocabulary in young children, that's children between 4 and 7 years of age, and their ability to self-regulate their behavior. So this very large-scale randomized trial I've just described to you, examining the Nelly program, provided us with an ideal opportunity to assess whether there's evidence that improving language skills could be causally related to improving children's behavioral adjustment. In order to do that, we asked teachers and school staff to complete a measure of behavioural adjustment from the Brief Early Skills and Support Index. That's a questionnaire measure called the BESI. And this assesses a number of different areas, broadly aspects of behaviour regulation, attention and hyperactivity, and sociability. We were delighted when we found that children in the language intervention group had improvements on these ratings of behaviour in school with an effect size of 0.25. However, we did some further rather complicated statistical analyses to assess whether these improvements in behavioural adjustments were directly related to improvements in children's language skills, and they weren't. So it wasn't the case that the children who showed the largest improvement in language necessarily showed the largest improvement in behaviour. So how do we explain that? Well, we think that these effects are due to the direct effects of having these young children in very highly structured teaching sessions 5 times a week. Remember, I told you that Nelly involves children being in groups and individually interacting with teaching assistants who've been trained to deliver the program. And in those sessions, children are essentially being taught to speak when they're spoken to listen, and to generally control their behavior and not be impulsive. And we think that this highly structured form of teaching has direct effects on their behavior in school, which are much broader than the effects on their language development. So, in the last 2 years, based on the strength of evidence for the effectiveness of the Nelly intervention, we have been funded by the UK government's Department for Education to deliver the Nelly programme in schools throughout England. We've now worked with actually, the figures on this slide are out of date. We've now worked with almost 11,000 schools, and we've assessed something in excess of 350,000 children using Language Screen, and something like 30,000 school staff have been trained to deliver the Nelly intervention using a fully online training program. So this makes our language intervention fully scalable. We have online training that school staff can do in their own time. We have online language assessment, which is all automated. So we've got a highly cost-effective and highly scalable system. So I think the rollout of the Nelly program and Language Screen in England provides a model for how we can deliver language assessment and intervention at scale. And we're continuing in the course of this massive project to consider other important questions, including the long-term effectiveness of our language intervention, the possible effects of the intervention on broader aspects of attainment and well-being, and also to get further evidence for the usefulness of Language Screen as a way of monitoring language development over the first few years of a child's time in school. In addition to that program, so I've talked to you about the Nelly reception class program. We have just developed a new nursery school language enrichment program, which we call Nelly Nursery. This is also a 20-week language program for nursery classes, but this is a whole class language enrichment program based around the use of pre-reading books. And children with the weakest language skills in each class are identified and get additional small group and individual sessions, as well as the whole class sessions that they get with all the other children in the nursery classroom. And this program, like the reception class program I've described to you, again focuses on teaching vocabulary, listening and narrative skills. And we've just finished a cluster randomized trial with 65 schools, and the data for that are just being analysed. So if you invite me back, maybe I'll be able to tell you about the results of that in a few months or a year's time. So just to summarise, I've talked to you broadly about language development and language problems. I've described to you in some detail a measure that we've developed called Language Screen, which is a mobile app that allows teachers to assess children's oral language skills quickly and reliably. I've described to you in some detail the Nelly Language Intervention Program, which is a program that lasts for 2 school terms, and which we use Language Screen to identify the children who will benefit from the Nelly program most. Nelly is a fully scripted program delivered by teaching assistants who require intensive online training before they deliver it. I've shown you that Nelly has a very strong evidence base and that it produces educationally meaningful improvements in children's oral language skills and improvements in children's behaviour in school. And I should say, for countries such as Saudi and other places around the world where children are often being taught at least some of the time in English when English isn't their first language, we believe these language intervention programs have huge educational implications for such societies. So just to draw some conclusions, I'm making a plea for the idea that oral language skills should be fostered in early years settings to aid formal education and psychosocial development. Oral language interventions can be delivered cost effectively and at high scale in both school and preschool settings. These interventions improve children's language, they improve their behaviour, and they appear to generalise to produce improvements in children's reading skills as well. I would argue that the NELLI programme has the strongest evidence base of any currently available language intervention programme. And I would argue that Language Screen is uniquely useful in enabling education professionals to identify children with language weaknesses and to monitor language development. And finally, to end on a very broad point, I'm really on a crusade to try to make it clear that we need to make educational professionals aware of the critical role that language plays and to provide them with the skills and the materials they need to facilitate language development, particularly for children with language weaknesses. Potentially all children will benefit from high quality language enrichment curriculum in school, but that curriculum or curricula, those forms of teaching are likely to be particularly important for children from socially disadvantaged backgrounds and for children from immigrant families, who certainly we've shown in our recent research benefit greatly from the NELLI programme. Okay, I'll stop there. Thank you very much for listening. I'm very happy to take any questions if you have any.
Thank you so much, Professor Hume. It's been really a pleasure listening to your presentation, highlighting the importance of embedding oral language enrichment work in early educational settings, as we can see from your presentation, with evidence, research-based evidence that shows how helpful have these interventions have been. Now we'll open the floor for the Q&A session. Can you please post your questions in the Q&A section? I will be reading the question. If you'd like to speak through the mic, please let us know and we will give you the possibility to do that. So I'll start with a question from Miss Yulia. She thanks you, Professor Hume. It's a very interesting area of research as well as a much needed one. My questions are these. First, is the intervention period a one-off activity, or does it set the foundation for potential overall changes in the curricula now that we witness an increase in the amount and scope of certain learning impediments among modern learners? So this is, would you like me to stop here and ask you a question? Yeah, okay.
So the intervention really is a scripted 20-week intervention. Schools could carry on using the materials and use them for more than 20 weeks. And I believe that could be beneficial. And we're currently working on extensions to the NELLI programme to make it broader and include other children in the class apart from children identified with language weaknesses. So I see this approach as being potentially a way of having quite broad impacts on the overall school curriculum, almost bringing language teaching more, making it more central to what schools should be doing. And I think we have shown, to go on to your second question, that this intervention works very well for children who are essentially learning English as a second language. So as I say, I think it would be ideal in societies such as Saudi, where many children are coming to school learning English as a second language and then being educated in English at least part of the time.
Thank you, Professor. I'd like to ask this question on my part. Has Nelly been implemented anywhere outside the UK?
It's currently being trialed in Australia, the US, Canada, and in Holland.
Okay. Another question. Now, saying that the children who come from poorer backgrounds, socially disadvantaged backgrounds, are the ones who appear to suffer from these poor oral language skills. Does this rule out any? So I assume you are accrediting those deficiencies or disadvantages to external reasons. Are you ruling out any internal reasons?
No, I'm not. So I would say that the language deficits in children from from deprived backgrounds almost certainly reflect the joint effects of genetic influences. Language skills are to some degree heritable, as well as impoverished language environments. So if you're born to a poor family, your parents likely have poor educational attainments and poor language skills, which partly depend on their genetic constitution, but those parents in turn potentially provide children with a poor quality language environment. So children are suffering both genetic and environmental influences.
Okay, supposing there's a bilingual child who is learning English, for example, as a second language at school with highly proficient instructors, and learning Arabic at home from parents who are uneducated. How does the feature? Will the child demonstrate language difficulties in one and not the other, or language difficulties will show in both?
Language difficulties tend to show in both languages, I would say, although there's not very good research evidence for that, but there is some research evidence that suggests that, for example, children in the US who are immigrants with speaking Spanish, those children with good Spanish first language skills tend to learn English well, whereas the children with poor first language skills in Spanish tend to struggle to learn English.
Thank you. Another question: at what age we can say that the child has language problems? My daughter is 3.9 years old, but cannot speak Arabic or English, but she understands 97% of what we say in Arabic.
So it sounds to me as though your daughter, if it's a daughter, your daughter almost certainly has some form of language difficulty. It's very unusual, assuming that the language she's been most exposed to is Arabic, that she can't speak. You say she can't speak Arabic at this age. That would indicate she has a language difficulty. The fact that she understands you well, I would say, well, how do you know how well she understands what you say to her in Arabic? But assuming you're satisfied that she does understand what you say, that's a very good prognostic or predictive factor that her language difficulties may resolve. It's children with receptive language problems are particularly difficult to help. But I would suggest your daughter probably would benefit from some language help now in developing her speaking skills in Arabic particularly.
Okay, thank you. I think Professor Janina, can you please Dr. Alia, would you like to ask, or is it Professor Janina?
Professor Janina, we have her on board and we'd like you to have her.
Okay.
Yes, good morning, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Professor Hume, for this wonderful presentation. I'm struck by and very delighted to hear about a language screen as a tool in terms of assessing children's language. When we today talk about bilingual students, and this is a group that definitely comes in your sample quite extensively. We also need to take into account the first language that students do bring or children bring, and I wonder in what ways this tool is sensitive to detect actually the first language knowledge base that bilingual children do develop, or is it a monolingual tool that develops, and again, comes from the standpoint of deficit language perspective? In what ways does this approach actually looks also at the asset paradigm that we need to look in terms of how we understand children today?
Language Screen is a monolingual assessment, so Language Screen assesses a child's oral language skills in English, but we are actively engaged in translating it into other languages, but at the moment it's a purely English language based assessment.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Professor Janina. Is Language Screen the application available for everyone, or is it?
It's available for everybody. If you go to the oxedandassessment.com website, you can open what we call a trial account, and you download the app, create an account, use it for free for a week. And if you like it, you then have to pay in order to continue the license for a year.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you. I can't see any other questions.
Dr. Hada, I have a question in the chat.
Okay, okay, sorry, I didn't see that. Yeah. So, Dr. Alia, thank you, Professor Hume, for your presentation. What can educators do to overcome social influences from their home inside the classroom? Based on your research, is there a way to help learners overcome these language difficulties inside our classrooms? I don't think there is a quick fix, but what can educators do to help them?
Yes, there's no quick fix, but what I'm showing you is evidence that if you implement a high quality language rich curriculum, children learn from that in school. So schools can be a good way of potentially reducing the language difficulties in children from disadvantaged and immigrant backgrounds by providing high quality language input that the children are lacking perhaps in other parts of their lives.
Thank you. Professor, do you think that the Nelly nursery, hopefully, if it works, will eliminate the need for the Nelly program?
No, I don't. What I believe is that the children I'm really interested in, who are, I guess, roughly the bottom 20 or 30% of all children in terms of their language or cognitive ability, what I believe is that many of those children require ongoing support to maximize their attainments in language and literacy over an extended period of time. So I think the ideal would be that children go into a nursery class and get the Nelly nursery program and then move into reception, and maybe the ones who are at the bottom still get the Nelly reception program. And we've got other programs for older children, and some of these children may require ongoing support throughout their school lives.
Thank you.
But I think there's, but also what I'm saying is that we can make meaningful improvements to these. What I see language as a foundational skill. It's the foundation for almost everything that happens in school. And I do think that intensive teaching in the first year or 2 or 3 years of school can make important improvements in those foundational skills, which in turn can have important effects on children for the rest of their educational careers. But we're definitely not talking about quick fixes.
Have you considered involving the parents themselves, orienting?
We have, in fact, we published a language intervention program for parents to use, and in the Nelly Nursery program, we send home information about the program to parents so they may reinforce some of it at home.
Okay, thank you.
So we think involving parents is important. However, we don't think we can do all of this via the parents, because of course the children who most need language help may have parents who themselves have less than great language skills.
Thank you very much. I guess it's coming near 4:30, and I don't think I see any more questions. Dr. Noura, do you think there are? Can you see any hands up? I can't see any.
We only can see further comments. The same person who asked, she's saying that I just want to indicate that we live in China and no kids are around to speak English with my daughter, and she goes to Chinese kindergarten. So she's commenting on her 3 years old who can't speak Arabic or English.
We have a comment. I appreciate how your study has shown the relation of language to literacy. Thank you.
Okay.
It's amazing. It's not only to literacy. I was amazed to hear that it's also connected to numeracy skills, behavioral skills, so behavioral actions, and so on. So yeah, there are so many things to think about that we never take into consideration. Thank you for opening our eyes for all these issues, and thanks for being with us, Professor Hume. It's been really a great pleasure moderating your session and attending it. And I would like to convey my colleagues' thanks for your time and for being with us here to share with us. And we do hope to see you again reporting to us about the outcomes of your initiative in the UK and the nursery end too. We'd really love to hear what would come out of this. Thank you so much.
On behalf of the Education Research Lab at Prince Sultan University, we would like to welcome you back again to the second International Symposium on Educational Research. The theme is Global Transformation of Education and Learning Trends, Re-evaluating Education in the Endemic World. Before we start the session, please allow me to share some housekeeping to ensure a smooth session. For attendees, during this session, we welcome your questions to the speakers in the Q&A section, not the chat box. We will address your questions to the speaker at the end of the session. Please share your comments about the conference on our lab Twitter account using the symposium hashtag PSU-ERL2022. The account and hashtag are written for you in the chat box. For Professor Shihan, please note that I will inform you 5 minutes and 2 minutes before the end of the time by showing you a sign via my camera. I will read the attendees' questions for you, and you can answer them live. That's all about it, I think. So now I can move on to introducing our esteemed Professor Shihan.
Okay, ready for me to
Okay.
start?
Professor Jihan is Dean Emeritus of the College of Educational Behavioral Sciences at the University of Northern Colorado, a position he has held since 2000. As Dean, he's responsible for the administration of one of the largest education programs in the Rocky Mountain region of the United States, with about 100 full-time faculty and about 3,500 teacher candidates. The college is fully accredited at all levels, national, state, and discipline, and has earned several awards for academic excellence, including the prestigious Krista McAuliffe Award for Excellence in Teacher Preparation from the American Association of State College Universities. Professor Shihan, a great honor and pleasure to have you today, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Nora. Thank you very much for that kind introduction. As you were introducing me there, I realized that that's sort of an old summary of my biography. And part of what I'm going to talk about this morning, best practices for teacher education, is actually brought home to me by one of the little items that you said about me, that we had about 3,500 teacher candidates. Well, one of the issues regarding the transformation of education and best practices in teacher education is that in the US, 7 or so years, we have seen a significant decline in numbers of students enrolling in teacher preparation programs. And so that 3,500 number, the 3,200, whatever you said, it's significantly lower now. And that's actually a big issue in the US now in universities and facing teacher preparation programs. And I may mention that again, but when we come to talking about transforming education, one of the things, and I'll say again in a bit, we have to think about is the context in which we're transforming from and to. And so one of the contexts right now is a significant drop in what we in the US call the pipeline into teacher preparation. So thank you for that introduction. And also thank you all for the invitation to present here this morning in Colorado. It's about 8:45 in the morning. So I'm looking out here in a bright, sunny Colorado day. And I know you're coming to the end of the conference. So I hope you've all had a productive day with lots of excellent sessions, and that you've all learned a lot and got to interact with other scholars. So I also want to quick compliment to Maha for her and Dr. Nora for the regular communications about the conference, and for Maha for yesterday helping me get organized with screen sharing. We found yesterday that my computer was a little too secure, so I would not have been able to share my screen fairly quickly or as easily as I am now. So the title of my talk is Best Practices in Educator Preparation. And the context and the contents of my work as dean, and as you said, I've been dean at the University of Northern Colorado for 20 years. I'll talk a little bit about myself, a little more about myself in just a minute. It's also based on my collaborations as dean with various educational leadership organizations in the US, such as the American Association of Colleges for Teacher Education, and particularly also my interactions with the Colorado Departments of Education and the Colorado Departments of Higher Education, and the Colorado Council of Deans of Education. And also my role over those 20 years in leading the efforts at my university for accreditation. So as dean, the primary responsibility for the accreditation of educator preparation programs falls to the dean and the dean's office. So the conference theme, Global Transformation of Education and Learning Trends, Reevaluating Education in the Endemic World. And I think, I would argue that, as I said a minute ago, we need to think about the context that we're in now. But this transformation must rely on and begin with a quality teacher in every classroom. So that's sort of one of the, I think, fundamental tenets of education and learning, is that every child should have access to a quality teacher in their classroom. And sort of pertinent to that is my talk on best practices in educator preparation. Quick summary. So I'm going to talk a little bit about my background and then sort of set the stage for educational transformation. We've been through a lot over the last few years. The world seemed to be stable until March of 2020. And then, everything. But education, from in our realm, education experienced some very, very massive and sudden changes. So in my personal experience, I had planned to retire. I had announced my retirement, as kind of deans do in 2019, thinking that I would wrap up the year in June of 2020 in my office, and I'd be able to say goodbye to colleagues and so on. And March of 2020, we went home for what in the US we call spring break, and we never went back. We never went back to the university. So I've been back a few times since, obviously, but between March of 2020 and June of 2020, my only time to go into campus was to empty my office as I retired. But for kids in the P12 system, they also didn't go back to school, and they were away for even longer. So we've had changes, pandemic changes, we've had cultural changes, we've had a whole load of changes that affect what we mean by educational transformation. And then the last part of my talk will be the primary focus, best practices in high quality teacher preparation. So a little bit about me, and I don't want to self-aggrandize here, but my training is in industrial organizational psychology. And so to be, when I was hired as Dean of Education, a little bit unusual to have a liberal arts psychology faculty member as Dean of the college. And one of the reasons at the time that I got the job was because we at our university in psychology had the greatest number of elementary teacher candidates. And just as an aside, for those not from the US, teacher candidate is the phrase we use for students who are training to be teachers. So teacher candidate, student teachers. So we had about 400 elementary teacher candidates in psychology at the time. So I was well versed in preparing at least the students in elementary education. But also, when you think about it, in industrial psychology, one of the things we study, and in the prior job that I had in the Irish government, we also used to think about how you prepare somebody to do a job. So how do you train somebody to be a bus driver? How do you train somebody to work on an assembly line? And so on. So it's sort of one of the things that industrial psychologists do is, job analysis and then breakdown of how you train people to do it. So my training in industrial organizational psychology was sort of peculiarly good to be a dean, because it gave me, I think, a different perspective than many others who were deans of education for my 20 years. So as Dr. Norris said, I was dean for 20 years. Our university still has 20 plus teacher prep programs, across the range, early childhood through physical education. We still are the largest preparer of educators in Colorado and the general Rocky Mountain region. The enrollment at 2000, it's probably lower than that now. Then, as I said earlier, there's been a significant decline in our enrollment and in universities and teacher prep programs across the US. Our college also and university also has a comprehensive array of graduate programs that are focused on education. And all of our programs, I mentioned earlier that, part of the sort of my thinking regarding best practices for teacher preparation is based in part on what we needed to do for both national and local state accreditation. So, state bodies, accreditors have given a lot of thought too, like to what we expect teacher candidates to know and be able to do when they become teachers. So I'll talk a little bit about pandemic and post-pandemic issues. So the context that we're in now, if we want to transform education, as the theme of the conference is, well, where are we now? What's our starting point? Well, COVID has had a significant impact on our starting point. So we know that student learning, there's significant research now, significant, robust, and consistent research now that shows that student learning has suffered because children had to stay home and they were not in the classroom. And in the US, that student learning is greater for minority children and for low-income students. And you can sort of easily sort of understand why. They have less access. They have less access to technology immediately when students were sent home from school. Their home life was different. They basically didn't have the same resources that non-minority kids had. High school dropout rate has increased, so kids just kind of didn't go back to school. College enrollment across the US has decreased because, well, kids didn't go back to high school. Child and family stress has increased because children were at home. Everybody was kind of, sort of stuck at home, if you will, and teaching became part of the parental duty during the day, and making sure that your kids were sitting at their laptop or their iPad and doing their work. This is a fourth bullet is really consequential for education now. So we're back in school. But one of the things that I hear regularly now, and there's evidence starting to accrue, one of the things I hear regularly now is that there have been some significant behavioral changes in children on their return to school. So one thing I've heard several teachers say is, we can't get kids to put their phones down. They're on their phones all the time. So for those, whatever it was, year or so they were at home, that's how they were learning. They were learning through iPads and phones and whatever. And they were also using their phone for texting and talking to their friends and so on. So now it's harder to put their phone down. But the other critical thing from a psychologist standpoint that we're reading in the research now about kids going back to school is that because they were at home for a year or so, they lost a year of in-school social development. So a 7-year-old kid who was 7 when they were sent home from school for the year returned, missed the whole, let's just say their birthday had just happened to be the day the day they were sent home. When they returned to school, they were 8. So they missed an entire calendar year of social interactions and social development and physical development with their peers, and sort of understanding, that rules and so on that surround being in games and interacting with their peers. And you'll see in a little bit, one of my best practices is that the notion that teacher candidates should be fully versed in social and cognitive, obviously, and social emotional development. But here we have a year where children missed learning a whole set of rules. So behavioral challenges for teachers when children did return to school, we also know that COVID was a catalyst for change. There was a greater reliance on technology. In our local school districts here, suddenly there was a mad rush to get every child an iPad. so that they could, if they didn't have one at home, they would get one. There's been in the US an increase in post-pandemic homeschooling. Some parents thought, oh, okay, I think I can do this. So they kept their kids home, didn't send them back to school. Thus far, there's been no major restructuring. With there was lots of talk of, for example, America was moving in the direction of more and more testing. And when the kids went home, people realized, these tests are not as consequential as we think they are, or we thought they were when we developed them. And so there was a bunch of time where kids were not tested, and people thought, okay, well, I guess it really doesn't matter that much. But when we went back to school, nobody reviewed that and said, well, okay, now we're back and we're testing again. Well, since we learned that we don't necessarily need all these tests, are we still going to continue to do it? Well, yeah, we are. So, and COVID also unleashed some controversies that I'll talk about. I'll give you some examples in just a minute. In the US, and part of this talk is, is a US context. In the US, post-COVID, politics is way more visible in American schools. School boards are now, unfortunately, at the forefront of American politics. I mean, they just are. And it used to be, the school board meetings were pretty tame events. I know that in our school district, over the years, there were generally tame events. I would go to school board meetings and, say something about how our university was interacting with local school districts. But now I sometimes watch them on TV, and they're sort of a hotbed for, political arguments. I'll mention in a minute. And all of this has resulted in teacher stress, retirements, shortages. So, So we're back to school, but things are a little different. And the next few slides are sort of examples of some of the controversies in American schools. We're still looking in the rearview mirror. There's still conversations about masks at schools, and some parents, get very hot under the collar, to use that phrase, about whether or not children should be wearing masks or should have. We're litigating things that happened in the past rather than focusing on student learning, where there are some school districts where parents are still annoyed that their kids had to wear masks, and they're still mad at the school district. History has become a big topic in the US. So these examples I'm going to give, the particular slides, all have little snippets from, there are anecdotes from American media that kind of highlight the controversy. So, you read this one here in the New York Post: public schools are teaching our children to hate America. So, there was always a debate about what the history curriculum in the United States should look like. What should be covered? I mean, it's kind of, it's probably an issue. I grew up in Ireland, and I certainly know that when I was in school, how we were taught Irish history had a particularly slanted tack to it. That we, how the relationships between England and Ireland. So, and now that I'm older and a little wiser, I see things in a different way. So, history, how you teach history has always been some level of controversy, but now we seem to have gone over the top with respect to thinking about how history is taught in the US, particularly issues of slavery in the US. School boards are facing, as this headline says, an unprecedented flood of book bans. So the last school board meeting, not the last one, a couple of school board meetings ago in my local school district here, two people came along and read explicit texts, explicit material rather, explicitly sexual material, from books they said were in local school libraries. Well, the superintendent was there, And she said, those books are not in the library. So, but there's a lot of emphasis now on folks trying to ban various books that they don't like. And it's not just LGBTQ plus books. There are history books that they want banned. There are American novels that they want banned. It's very strange. And, this didn't happen to the same extent 5 years ago. Any Americans listening will know that this is a particularly entertaining one, where local school boards are banning critical race theory. Well, critical race theory, from what pretty much every educator will tell you, is not taught in K-12 schools in the US. But there's such a focus on, again, history and sort of how sort of interethnic conversations occur and conversations about diversity occur, that they're preemptively banning something that's not taught. It's like saying, well, we're banning critical race theory in K-12 schools is basically the same as saying we're banning brain surgery from K-12 schools. We don't do brain surgery in K-12, and we don't teach critical race theory either. So it's one of those sort of fake kind of cultural wars, but it gets people all hot and bothered. And because of that getting hot and bothered, there's a lot of stress in educators. So, our teachers, they come back from the pandemic, children are behaving a little differently. They're not, if you were a fourth grade teacher, you expect fourth graders to behave in certain ways because they learn these rules in third grade. Well, they can go to third grade, so they don't understand the rules now. So, they're overworked. There's a lack of time, lack of resources. They're being asked to do a lot more. Teachers are being asked to serve as nurses and counselors, and in an environment where they have less time, less resources, and higher demands. And then I won't even mention guns, but I will just say that, in the US, that's also a stress for teachers, as after the last school shooting in the United States. Again, as I said, I grew up in Ireland, and so, monitor what's going on there. But there were several teachers who posted on TikTok that they just couldn't understand the American system, where there was never, ever a day in the life of an Irish teacher where they ever thought about the possibility that they might get shot at school. Well, that's a kind of a reality that probably every American teacher has at least thought about, particularly after school shootings. And we at our university in the last 6 or 7 years, I won't mention this as a best practice, but in the last 6 or 7 years of my deanship, we every semester had the university police and come to provide what they call in America an active shooter drill to our teacher candidates. That's that's stressful. Just think about that kind of thing, that you could be shot at work. Support from parents in school. During the pandemic, teachers were hailed as heroes when the kids stayed home. Parents were saying, "Oh my goodness, these teachers do such great work. I can't keep up." But now it seems like support and recognition for the work that teachers do is on the decline. There continue to be lots of district and state mandates. Testing is still a thing. There's many school districts where teacher performance is tied to student learning. A lot of teachers, there's research out there about what's called compassion fatigue, where teachers just are tired. They see kids coming in from disadvantaged backgrounds, and they feel bad for the kids. They feel sorry for the kids. They got a lot of compassion. Well, that's tiring. That's emotionally draining. And then, of course, we have all of the COVID sort of related things. And there's the issue of salary in the U.S., teacher candidates are not paid as well as graduates with other similar-ish degrees from college. So, they see that had they been a history major and gone into working, say, for a publishing company, they could have earned more money in a publishing company than they would significantly more than they would as a teacher. So there's lots of consequences from these stressors. That teachers are more likely to be absent, and I'm going to go quickly through these. There's lower job commitment, but the important really one is lower quality instruction, resulting in lower academic achievement. When teachers are stressed on the job, they're not doing as good a job in their teaching as they would be were they not stressed. And we have research in the US where, as I said earlier, and I talked about enrollment in educator prep programs, that 40 to 50% leave the profession within the first 5 years. So back to the stress. They enter this profession with all the best intentions. They know what they're getting into. But still 40 to 50% are gone in 5 years. And in the US, I read a figure recently. In the US, annually, the cost of teacher turnover and attrition across the country sums to more than $20 billion to replace. So you think about advertising and training and so on, across the country. So that's a massive amount. And it's discontinuity in the schools, which loops back to lower, sort of kids having different teachers than they expect, and newer teachers or sort of what have you. So, so therefore recruiting and preparing top-notch teachers is pretty critical. And that kind of brings us to the best practices in educator prep. So, before I go into these best practices, I want to say again that these ideas are not just mine alone. They're based on my work in accreditation. They're based on some meetings that the deans had in Colorado with the Department of Education, the Department of Higher Education. Again, my thoughts as an industrial psychologist, and research. And some of them are, as you'll see, are like they're not rocket science. Some of them are pretty straightforward ideas. Like, so I have several practices, and then I'll stop for questions. We're about halfway through, so this is good. Number one, like, who enters the profession? Well, programs endeavor to recruit high caliber candidates. As I mentioned earlier, we're seeing a decline in enrollments in educator preparation programs in the US. So that's actually a big deal. The pipeline of teachers coming through traditional university teacher prep programs is shrinking. And it's shrinking so much that we now have dilemmas in various states. And one that recently made the news is Florida, where the governor of Florida, before the hurricane at the start of the school season in August, said that if you have been in the U.S. military or you're a military spouse, you can become a teacher in a Florida school. And if you've been honorably discharged, so and if you've had some college credit. So there were some parameters to it. But the notion was, and this is really damaging to teacher prep, the notion was that you really don't need much experience to K-12 teacher. Now, all of us, I assume, on this at this talk know full well that, well, that's not right. That you can't just walk into a fourth grade class and be a good fourth grade teacher. There are certain things you need to know and be able to do. And so, sort of good natured as it was to think about the U.S. military and their spouses as potential teachers, it's really like, no, we're not talking highly trained teachers here. We're talking people who have skills in one area that's very different from teaching, coming into, say, a fifth grade classroom and teaching. So, we need to think about, it is a problem in the US, and I suspect it's a similar-ish problem in other countries around the world, but we need to think about, well, how are we going to recruit high quality, high caliber candidates? And there are some suggestions that I have here: working with the schools and larger community to restore prestige to the teaching career. So it's like, this is something I've been saying for years as dean, that the teaching career in the US has come under, is regularly sort of dismissed as a second choice career. I don't know how we do this, but I don't know how we do it in the US, because the notion is so endemic in people's heads. But we need to fix it. We need to stop these sort of offhand remarks about, well, he or she couldn't do X, so they became a teacher. And we need to stop that. Teaching is, a prestigious job. It's a good job. There's lots of job satisfaction. Talk to teachers about the joys of the work that they do, and they'll be happy to tell you. So we need to work with schools, the larger community, the media, to restore prestige to the teaching career. We should also work with schools to recruit students with the identified potential to excel in the teaching field. So, teachers can tell that Johnny or Mary or Juan or whatever, this person might be a good teacher. Financial incentives. So again, this part of my talk is kind of peculiarly the US. And we're also facing the issue in the US, like attending university is very expensive, and it's getting more so. Students graduate with debt, and President Biden has recently passed legislation to alleviate some of that debt. But we need to provide financial incentives to complete educator prep programs, because there are expenses involved in becoming a teacher that are not necessarily involved in other careers. So, for example, as you will see in a bit, I'll be talking about field experiences being critical. But field experiences means that a university student has to get in his or her car and drive to a school. They're not all within walking distance of the university. So, gasoline, petrol costs money. So there are various, attendant expenses to being a teacher. And then in the program, to retain good students, provide intense and ongoing advisement throughout the program. So that's practice number one. Practice number two. This relates back to something that I was talking about earlier about some of the behavioral issues that students are having. But programs ensure candidates have a deep understanding of P12 learners, their cognitive, social, emotional development, and diversity. So, every student enters a classroom with unique experiences and sort of assets that they bring to the classroom, background, family life, physical, they'll develop at different physical rates, they get different cognitive abilities, they have different interests. So we need to be sure that teachers are aware of this wide array of cognitive, social, emotional development, and so on, and that they can adapt curriculum to ensure that each child develops in his or her classroom. And they should also have skills to make sure that their classroom is a safe learning environment, which we hear more and more about these days with social media and bullying and so on. So teachers need a lot of sort of counseling skills to help children learn, develop appropriate social, appropriate sort of social concerns and so on. So the curriculum should ensure it's our job to develop a curriculum that ensures candidates understand how these various assets that children bring to the classroom affect their learning, and then use that knowledge to help them advance through the school system. Field experiences, I'll talk about field experiences, as I said, in a bit, but field experiences should be in different settings, diverse settings, so candidates can focus on development across a wide array of children. So number two, and I'm going to do a shameless plug here. So this is my wife, Dr. Teresa McDevitt. She's in education and child development. So she's got a textbook called Child Development and Education. And this kind of, if you look at the table of contents of books like this, I'm just picking my wife's because, well, she's my wife. And also I'm working on the 8th edition right now with her. But when you look at the content of this book, it seems really self-evident to me that teachers should know about child development. But you'd be surprised how many actually sort of don't, are not trained in it. Practice number 3, programs ensure that candidates have advanced content knowledge along with effective strategies for teaching content. So this in some ways cuts to the heart of some of their criticisms of teacher preparation. Excuse me, I need a little liquid here. Many years ago when I became dean, I said, well, it's pretty critical that, if you're a secondary math teacher, that you know math and you know a lot of math and you're good at math and you're as good at math. Here's the critical thing. You're as good at math as a math major who's going into accounting. The difference is you know how to teach math. And and that's actually a big difference. So at our university, for example, it's set up such that if you're a math teacher, if you're going to be a secondary math teacher, you need to that is identical to the degree that a regular math major gets. But you will also get coursework in obviously teaching math. So as I say here, science teachers need to understand learners' development and scientific reasoning and how to employ students' experiences in order to facilitate learning in science. So it's pedagogy. You're also taught pedagogy and pedagogical content knowledge. So you're taught not just math, you're as good a math major as the accountant, but you can also teach math, which is, as we all know, not easy to do. So there's, and to accomplish this, the curriculum, say again in math or science, needs to be developed between, particularly the pedagogical content knowledge, needs to be developed in collaboration between the education faculty and the math faculty. And we're lucky at our university where we have good collaborative relations between the content faculty and the education faculty. And here's a critical one that we often, I think, ignore in teacher preparation programs. Quality teaching should be modeled throughout the program. That, if somebody is not a good university teacher, then that somebody should not be teaching teacher candidates. And my example of this is when I was in college many, many years ago, I was lucky enough to be taught by, I'll just say, a Nobel Prize winner. Well, the anecdote that I give is that if that Nobel Prize winner were at the University of Northern Colorado, I would be sure that that Nobel Prize winner did not teach student teachers, because his ability to teach was pretty limited and was not modeling good pedagogy. So we need to be sure that the faculty we hire and we have in teacher prep programs, particularly in content and education, are good teachers and they model good pedagogy. Best practice number 3, Programs ensure candidates have advanced, oh, wait, sorry, that's the one we just did, sorry. Number 4, field experiences. Okay, so when I became dean, field experiences are critical. And by field experiences, I mean when we send candidates out to the schools for any of a range of experiences, beginning with observation to at the end of their teaching program to full-fledged teaching. These experiences are critical because they're the realistic job preview that our teacher candidates get. That's when they know that they are going to be, they can see what happens in the classroom and so on. So they need to be thoughtfully designed, and like my wife's textbook, it needs to be integrated with, as you learned in your, about Piaget in your, in chapter 4 of the child development textbook. What you're seeing in the classroom is, Piagetian theory in action. They need to be throughout the program. From observation from observation at the beginning of the program to, you're responsible for teaching toward the end of the program. I remember, again, when I became dean, our university calendar was off just a little bit from the local schools. And so our teacher candidate, our university started a little after, like a week and a half or so after the local school district started. And when you think about it for elementary students, so their first days in school, the first week in school is pretty critical to, any teacher's interactions with that class, that he or she is going to be laying down the rules, be getting to know the kids. There's a lot of friendships developing. There's a lot of relationships beginning. Well, our candidates weren't seeing that because we at the university were starting a week later. So we can fix this. This is not a realistic job preview. Our candidates are coming into the school on week 2.5, when the little kids who are hanging on to mom or dad's legs to go to school are now happy in the school, and they understand, how did they get there? How did they get to be happy in the school? And how were classroom guidelines and so on laid down? So the field experiences also need to be developed in conjunction with school partners. So we need to think about what they have, because we also need to be sure that, just like with university teachers being high quality teachers, we also need to be sure that our teacher candidates are sent to classrooms with teachers who are known to be high quality teachers and who will give good feedback to the teacher candidates. And then teacher ed faculty, there's obviously a lot of supervision that goes into this, and that supervision should be done by teacher ed faculty. Practice number 5, feedback to candidates is frequent. I mean, so this is a basic tenet of learning. If you want people to learn something, you need to give frequent feedback. This is particularly important when student teaching. I remember when I was at college and I was on the rowing team, the crew team. The coaches back in those days were not, they weren't sort of fully facile in sort of all of the good techniques of coaching. So that they would give like directions like Sheehan, pull harder. Well, that's not really very helpful. What am I doing wrong, and how do I fix it? Is much better. So, so throughout the program, we need to be giving candidates feedback. What is it that they might be? What is it that they might not be understanding in child development classes? What sort of concepts are they getting wrong? What are their dispositions? And in the US, we talk a lot about candidate dispositions, which generally means what they think about students, and how they conceptualize teaching and their framework for teaching. So, so we give feedback about academic progress, performance in the field, and those dispositions. And any assessments we use, and this is a basic accreditation and teaching thing, any assessments we use should be reliable and valid. So feedback to candidates should be frequent. In best practice number 6, programs employees. This is program improvement. And again, I remember when I was dean, it seemed sort of obvious to me when I came in that, well, how do we know? How do we at the University of Northern Colorado know if we are preparing top-notch teachers? Where are our strengths? Where are our weaknesses? Do we have any really good programs? And do we have any that need to be, improved and challenged regarding what they do? So, in the US, if you're an accredited university, or if you're up for state review, you need to collect data on the program as a whole. It's done at certain key points, like when students finish their first 2 years of coursework, and then when they're out in the field, when they graduate, and then a critical one for me as, again, the industrial psychologist, because a lot of universities don't do this, at least didn't, is collecting data post-graduation. What are we going to do? What kind of data do we want to collect, after our candidates graduate and they've been out in the field, for 1 semester, 1 year, and then 2 years. And, you asking them the same set of questions about what coursework they found was relevant, what experiences they found were helpful or not in their program. And sort of taking those data, and some were survey data, some were test performance data, some were systematic measures of dispositions and so on, and analyzing those data and saying, well, we're not doing good. We're not doing as good as we think with respect to, let's just say, teaching math. Our math teachers seem to be struggling out in the field, and they're telling us that they're struggling because of this, or we're not doing a good job teaching our elementary teachers how to teach children to read, and so we need to fix it, and use those data to loop back and inform program improvement. One important bullet here is that we also collect these data from stakeholders, and by stakeholders I mean the school districts with whom we work, and if possible, we really struggle with this. If possible, it's great to be able to access, particularly in secondary schools, the students in, say, the English teachers class. So we give them a survey and ask, well, how is Ms. Ramirez doing, teaching history or social studies or whatever. So we take these data back and to a kind of a dean's council, a teacher quality group, and we analyze those data. We look for things we're doing well. We look for things we need to improve. So there's a sort of a feedback loop throughout the program. And most most universities in the U.S. do this because most are accredited. But so in some ways it is a best practice, but it should be a common practice. And so those are my 6 best practices, and I will leave it open now to Dr. Nora if you want to organize some questions.
Actually, Dr. Dina is the one moderating the session, but thank you so much for such an inspiring session.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Professor Shihan, for such an inspiring talk. Quite thought-provoking. And thank you very much for mentioning educator stress. That was a very important point. I think it's a point of that we all agree on. And the practices, thank you also for making it, relating it to our lives and to making it so clear. Because yes, I agree with you that some of the practices, we take them and we don't implement them fully. Like, for example, the systematic inclusion of feedback and of data into our overall improvement and so on. So thank you very much once more, and let's open the floor now for questions and comments. Our dear audience, please, you can write your questions and comments in the Q&A, and I will be reading them for Professor Shihan.
I can start by asking you a question, if you don't mind.
Sure.
It's a little bit general one, but I would like to get your advice on the remedial approach or the best practices that you would recommend. Would say, I'm not going to say post-pandemic, but we're still within the endemic era.
Well, you know, I think from what I understand from recent research, and even though I'm retired, I still, as I said, I'm working on my wife's book, so I'm reading the research. And the thing, well, maybe I don't know that it's getting better, but the one thing that still seems to be a big issue that's kind of needs immediate attention is the learning deficit that's occurred. It's still taking, kids are still behind. And the second is the behavioral issues that children are bringing to the classroom. That so they're a year kind of delayed, if you will, in their social emotional development in the classroom. So again, as I said earlier, something like a 6th grade teacher would expect 3 years ago children in 6th grade to behave like 6th graders, but they're not. They behave like 5th graders, and they're also behaving like unruly 5th graders. So we need to help teachers. An understanding of well, how do you remediate this? How do we remediate these these behavioral issues? And so training on that is helpful. So I'm not sure if that answered your question.
Yeah, definitely. Well, paying attention to social factors is really critical within the learning environment.
And I also think, oddly, as I said earlier, I also think that, we might want to look back at some of the things we were thinking during the pandemic. So we were thinking during the pandemic, we didn't administer as many tests as we did before. Well, countries that are successful they have successful education systems, some of them, like Finland, test less than we do in the US. But as soon as kids came back, we started testing them again. But when they were gone, we were thinking, maybe we don't need so many tests. So we haven't really thought, did we learn anything during the pandemic? Maybe we learned, at least in the US, that we could do a little less testing and a little more teaching in US schools.
Actually, we have a comment here from Dr. Alia Bitchel, and she says, thank you, Professor Shihan, for sharing your 6 best practices for teacher prep programs. We need to modify the curricula and provide professional development opportunities to support how to deal with the students who might have struggled during the pandemic. It is important to rethink assessment practices. And I think this just ties in very well with what you've just been saying.
Right. Yeah, I just clicked on the chat box. Right. Yeah, I mean, we do need to, because we did learn something. I mean, we did learn something. We learned a lot of things during the pandemic. And some of them are self-evident, as my dear departed mother used to say, they're as obvious as the nose on your face. That we learned that teachers are critical, and we learned that good teachers are really critical. So we also learned, well, maybe we don't need as many. We also learned that we don't need as many assessments as we had. And I do see there's another question about instructors' dispositions. So various universities have different assessments for dispositions, and by dispositions we kind of mean we mean things like sort of how you interact with, it's just sort of like your personality with respect to teaching. So, it kind of depends on the culture. It depends on, the part of the world that you're in. So we at UNC, we would observe teacher candidates and, so observe their dispositional interactions with students in the classroom and, say, hey, just taking an extreme example, hey, Pedro, you were a little harsh there and overly directive, and you seem to be responding in the negative way rather than a challenging positive way to these kids.
Yeah, Professor Janina is also commenting on that by saying that higher education institutions are changing assessment requirements to enroll to higher education. For example, GRE is optional now, so changes are happening.
Right, and in the US, boy, I don't know if a lot of universities have dropped, like for undergraduate enrollment, if a lot of universities have dropped the college entrance exams like the ACT. I mean, some big prestigious universities that used to use the ACT as a tool to, I'll use the phrase, weed out students. You had to have nearly a perfect score. Now they don't use it. They're much more reliant on, the academic portfolio. So it may be a set of more subjective variables for evaluating students entering the university. The ACT gives you a number, and you can say, well, my number is higher than your number, so I should get in. But now it's the portfolio you write about, and experiences you've had that have shaped your development. You look at your overall GPA, the quality of the school you came from. There sort of a variety of indices, community work that you've done, how well-rounded a human being are you to get into, the university. So there's less reliance on straight up tests. So as somebody says, we are looking for more holistic assessments due to social equity issues, because we just know that children from impoverished backgrounds don't do as well in these tests. They just don't. But they may well have equal potential to other kids who do. I look at my kids, they did well on these tests because they had all the privileges that mom and I could give them, and they benefited from them.
Professor Shihan, I'm not sure if you've seen the question in the Q&A as well by Ms. Hannah Sarpong. Thank you, Professor Shihan. I do think the students need to take an active role in shaping the curriculum, including choosing their own assessment methods that match their personalities and abilities. As we start to address mental health and ability issues with more open-mindedness, I believe the only way we can move forward is with student engagement and allowing them to take some responsibility in self-assessment and learning management.
Right. Yeah. I'm personally not a fan of giving sort of everything to the student to choose and giving them too many choices. We should always remember we're the adults in the room, and so we set the guidelines. And so it used to be that, like, again, when I was in school, the guidelines, the rails were they were together, and it was easy to stray off the rails and get yourself in trouble. Nowadays, giving students the opportunity to have more choice, between between guidelines that we set up, is important. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, let me look again at the chat. If I could ask another question of my own, if you don't mind, Professor Shihan. Sure, you were talking about the systematic feedback to inform overall improvement, and I would just ask if you would give us more details about these types of feedback that you would recommend.
So, all right. So let me take something that seems yeah. So in part, as I said, we're are a pretty big teacher prep institution. So we would send out a survey to principals of schools where we knew there were a school that had hired several of our graduates. And we would in this survey, we would ask principals to describe, generally how our university, how our graduates had done. But we would also ask them to describe how our graduates had done in comparison to other graduates that they'd hired. Let's just say in elementary school in teaching reading, because that's always a controversial topic. It's always a hot topic. And it is one that's regularly assessed. So how do University of Northern Colorado graduates do teaching reading versus teacher candidates from or new hires rather from other universities? So a survey. We would also try to access hard data. So some in the U.S., and this may be in the US, some states have set up systems, assessment tools, whereby you can get on and you can see how your graduates do, again, in teaching reading, going back to these assessments that I said we should do less of, but we still have them. So you can look and see how students in classes taught by University of Northern Colorado elementary teachers fare on reading tests. So, and you can, on the same website, you can look and you can see how graduates of other universities do also on teaching reading. So we can see, are we doing good or not so good relative to, are third graders reading at a third grade level, or are they reading below a third grade level? Sorry, are students in third grade classes taught by University of Northern Colorado teachers reading at a third grade level? Are they higher than a third grade level, which we would really like, or are they below a third grade level, which we really don't want? And you can also see how are University of Northern Colorado elementary teachers doing and teaching reading relative to graduates of other universities in the state. So are they doing better? Or are they doing worse? So accessing those kinds of data from schools, I mean, again, as an industrial psychologist, those are the critical data, the data that we can get from schools to inform back how our programs are doing. Does that make sense?
I agree. Can I ask one last follow-up question? Do you find it easy to get feedback from schools, or you find it extremely difficult for them to respond? Because we're facing a similar issue here in PSU. We care a lot about surveying our employers, learning how our graduates are doing in the job market, learning about from alumni and also from employers. And so I just wanted to know how it's like also when getting feedback from employers.
Okay, so that's a great question. And it's a great question because, it isn't easy, because we're asking them to do something for us, and it takes them time to do, So when I first tried to do this, again, I'm naive, I'm a new dean, but I'm thinking like an industrial psychologist, and I'm thinking, well, okay, we should see how our graduates do on the job. So we should get these data. And so I naively go and I talk to a few local school districts. Well, holy smokes, you would swear I set the world on fire, because the local, and I'm a fan of unions. So, but in this particular case, I stepped on the toes of the teachers union, and they thought that if we at the university got these data and we found that teacher X is not doing a good job of, say, teaching reading, that would get back to the principal and the school, and then teacher X will be fired. Well, we're thinking about it in terms of our program improvement, not your. That's the. So I went in explaining, well, okay, that's your job. Your job is to evaluate teacher X. I just want to know and we will, you know, guarantee anonymity. The data will be used in aggregate and so on. And sometimes my arguments worked and sometimes they didn't. But there's a certain fear. So there's two things. One is we're asking people to do some work for us, and they already have their plates full. And the second thing is, you know, that we're often asking for data about a teacher's performance that could get that teacher, you know, in some level of sort of performance trouble if he or she is deemed to not be, you know, teaching at a par. So his or her kids are constantly below whatever the comparator is. But we're not interested. We're in this particular case, we're not interested in that single teacher. We're interested in all UNC teachers. So we're combining it. That's your job, the school district's job, to look at that one. And so that's kind of my argument. And sometimes it worked and sometimes it didn't.
Professor Shihan, thank you so much.
Sure.
For the enlightening talk, for the wonderful discussion, for the excellent and practical practices, because you know sometimes when you listen to professors you feel that this will not be practical to implement, but that was
Right.
very something that really you can take away and you just implement and put in different contexts. So thank you very much for the talk. We've really enjoyed it. And we can go on forever, I think, but we'll need, because of time restrictions, we'll just have to end the session here. I really sincerely thank you on behalf of the Educational Research Lab, and I thank everyone here for being with us for this talk. And I think in 5 minutes' time, another keynote speech will start. So thank you very much again, Professor Shihan.
Okay, well, thank you very much, and have a good evening, everybody. Bye-bye.
Welcome, Dr. Sergel. I'm so happy to have you with us today. And this session is about learning in the ages of computers, artificial intelligence, virtual reality, and online social interaction. Before actually I start introducing Dr. Sergel, I just want to say that I'm here on the behalf of the Educational Research Lab at Prince Sultan University, and I would like to welcome you all to the second International Symposium on Educational Research about global transformation of education and learning trends, reevaluating education in the endemic world. Before we start this session, there are some actually housekeeping that I would like to share with you to ensure a smooth session. So for the attendees, during this session, we welcome your questions to the speakers in the QA section and not in the chat box. And we will address your questions to the speaker at the end of the session. And please share your comments about the conference in our lab Twitter account. And that's through using the Symposium hashtag PSU ERL2022. And I will post that actually in the chat box so that you can access it, and then you go to the page and you can share actually your opinions or comments in there. For our dear presenter, I will actually read the questions for you at the end of this session, so that you can answer them live. Dr. Sergel, he's actually a professor in the Department of Information Science, the Graduate School of Education, University at Buffalo. And since 2009, he served as Director of Evaluation of the University at Buffalo Clinical and Translational Science Institute from 2015 to 2019. And he authored the Still Standard Text and Handbook Indexing Languages and Thesauri Construction and Maintenance in Wiley, 1947, and Organizing Information from the Academic Press in 1985, which received the ASIS Best Book Award and more than 200 papers and presentations. He published on the use of knowledge organizing principles for structuring learning objects for ease of comprehension and integration of concepts into the learner's mind. Professor Sergel received the American Society for Information Science Award of Merit in 1997, and so many other actually awards like the Best JASIS Paper Award in 1999, Los Angeles Chapter of American Society for Information Science and Technology Award for contributions to information science and technology, CISTA for in 2008, 2009, and Governor's Award for Volunteering Excellence, and for that he got the medal, the gold medal in 1993. Wow, Dr. Sergel, you must be proud, and we're so proud actually to have you with us today. You can.
Thank you.
Yes, you can start your presentation, and thank you so much. We're really extremely happy to have you with us today.
Share with you my dream, a vision of what higher education could be, enabled by today's technology and rethought using the possibilities of today's technology. And in my vision, there will be an opportunity for all learners. It will be equal opportunity because we can individualize education much more than we could before. And as you, I'm going through the first few slides. I can do that from here. So as you listen to what I describe as a system as my dream, you might think, this is not realistic. This is not, I cannot do this. This is just a pipe dream. So I was reminded about the comment on the previous presentation where somebody said, you really shared with us practical suggestions that we can implement. So my dream is a long-term vision. It is a, but in the shorter term, it can serve as a guide for incremental implementation, for taking pieces and doing them on a small scale, or doing just one piece and not the whole vision. So there are things that can be done now, even though the whole vision cannot be implemented right now. In what I present, you will see many existing ideas incorporated. So I think the contribution I'm trying to make in this presentation is to integrate many good ideas in education into one sort of grand scheme. So again, think about that the whole vision cannot be implemented at once, but pieces of it might. Another important question to ask when one looks at sort of the implementation of good systems of education, higher education in particular, to the question, what method works best for helping students learn, is much too simple a question. The world is a more complex place, and there need to be more complex questions. So what method to support learning is best for what student, under what circumstance, in what subject? And that's really the question then one has to answer um, and implement if one wants to individualize instruction in such a way that is optimized for each individual student. And that is sort of a piece of what I try to accomplish. Uh, the system I am describing has four major components. The first and guiding and sort of the core of the system is an ontology of learning objectives. And everything we do must be driven by the idea of enabling students to achieve these objectives. So this is why that ontology of learning objectives is so important. The second major system is a large distributed database of what I call learning units. It's also known as learning object or learning material. And so learning units can come in many, many different forms. They can be seeded lectures that would be recorded in the database as one option that a student might take. They can be online lectures, they can be online activities, there can be all kinds of things, and they need to be properly indexed. And so a learning unit, once a student engages with it, leads to a learning experience. And just to be also clear about terminology, which in assessment is often confused, a learning unit specifies learning objectives students are expected to achieve. The learning experience of each student results in a learning outcome. How well did the student achieve each objective? So for assessment, that will be important. But again, for each learning unit, objectives are specified, and they must, of course, must come from the overall ontology of objectives. And a particular academic program will have a subset of these objectives, and any learning unit within that program has still a further subset of these objectives. But it should all be driven by objectives. The third major component is a database of the people, all the people involved in the system, students, faculty, staff, and we'll have for each person a person profile. Just so the very kind of done is privacy. This database needs to be secure, and it needs to be an opt-in. But we cannot personalize selection of the best learning units for a student to engage with unless we know a lot about that student. So in order to individualize instruction, we need to have student profiles. And so there will be this database of student profiles. And the last component, which is essential for the implementation of all of this, is an information technology infrastructure that supports all the systems I talked about before, that supports maintaining this ontology of learning objectives, which will represent many perspectives in it, which will have many contributors, and so which will require quite a complex system to maintain and make it easy for contributors to contribute, and which makes it easy for people to consult. That's one part of the infrastructure. Another is supporting faculty in creating learning units and creating really learning units that make full use of technology to help students learn. That is not easy. It needs a lot of support, particularly if you want to. So I'm going to talk a little more about the ontology of learning objectives. So it's just sort of the definition of learning. There are many things that can change. Any of the things in this list can show up as a learning objective. We want to change attitudes, but we want to maybe have to learn concepts. And I think I did say most of that, but I went, it indicates many sources and multiple perspectives. And I'm going to talk about that momentarily because that's one of the important pieces. So we have professional associations that issue lists of competences in their profession, one source of objectives. And I'm going to, so here are some objectives of the Master of Information Science program at the University of Buffalo. Then there's a lot of detail. So in this slide, I wanted to illustrate 2.3 is taken from ALA, American Library Association. There is one objective that is come from a course that the instructor defined when designing their course. There's one that is needed for a micro-credential, another for a micro-credential. There may be some that are needed to pass a certification examination. Like there's in New York State, they have a specification for, let me see, do I have it in here? For library media specialists, school librarians. And there's a whole list of objectives that are tested on their exam. So that list of objectives would be part of the overall ontology, would be related to other places, and actually the student could go and check how well prepared they would be for that exam based on which of the objectives, of the learning objectives that are being tested there, they have already achieved from courses they took. So that's another important part of that ontology, is to let the student understand what objectives have I achieved and what do I still have to work on and what courses do I have to take, or the system could select for the student some learning units that would support that. This is just a quick picture of, there's an Atlas of Science Literacy, which has many what I call knowledge items in science. And of course, each of them, acquiring each of these learning knowledge items would be a learning objective in some science curriculum. And this is a very good source. Some statistics. Wait a minute, I wanted to. So these are many sources of learning objectives. Many of them. And they would all be integrated in one big piece. And I mean, it is like constructing any kind of ontology. There's software to maintain this, but probably would need to be improved in my IT infrastructure. This is the repository of learning units that I talked about. And they are a defined learning unit, and then the learning experience, which comes from interacting with the learning unit or maybe outside. Okay. And so I said the learning unit specifies learning goals, and the learning experience has learning outcomes that we can measure sometimes, sometimes not. And we still want to achieve them, but we may just be on good reasoning assume that some learning unit will improve a student's understanding of other cultures, which may be hard to measure. But if you expose them to other cultures, at least there's a chance they will have a better understanding and maybe more sympathetic, more sympathy. If you don't expose them to other cultures, there's no chance they would get there. So this is just a piece that in the assessment community, they say all learning objectives must result in measurable outcomes. And I am saying not everything can be measured, but still it's important to achieve. I gave some examples of learning units that use new technology. One big piece of my vision is that you have a gamut of different kinds of learning units, and I will show you some examples. So learning units are different levels, but I want to go on the very specific piece. Well, let me just look. Learning path I talked about. In order to be able to select the proper learning units and even arrange them into learning paths, we need to have a lot of metadata about these learning units. But I'm actually, that's sort of fairly obvious. I'm going to skip that one because I want to go to designing learning units. Visualization is important. And I gave two examples here. The first one is well known. The second is a little more interesting. I mean, have an animation of how a sentence parser in linguistic works, how it goes through a sentence word by word and looks at the part of speech of each word, and from that eventually builds up a syntactic structure. And some of you might have learned in school sentence diagramming. And so this is what this is automatic sentence diagramming. But to animate that process makes it much easier for a student to understand that process. Simulation, say an economic simulation, a forecast of how interest rates will develop. And that a student could do a what if analysis, can learn a lot from that. For the last one, where the student actively built a device from components, and there are programs that do that. They have a pane with components, and they can be drawn in the middle of a screen, the main screen, to be put together in various ways. And then they could show how, they could see how the device actually works. So that's very active learning. You could not do that easily in a classroom, but you can do it in an individual interaction with a program on the computer screen. Games. There's a lot of value in games to keep students' interest if you can. I'm not talking about shooting games. I'm talking about games where you build something, where you have to navigate your way through some complex maze or whatnot. But any success in the game would require that the student applies some knowledge and thereby uh, the solidify that knowledge in their mind. Uh, there could also be what I did not put on here. There could be scientific experiments that are simulated. That might and there may be a game element in that. Concept maps are a good way to visualize concept relationships. And then the last piece, virtual reality. That's actually amazing technology. It can get you all kinds of places and feel like you actually walk in the place. And the one I want to give a few examples of is the anatomy, learning anatomy. It's virtual reality. And so in this particular case, we have suggested a whole course in anatomy where they use virtual reality to visually see a body in front of you, or visually actually being able to do dissection of a cadaver. You know, in medical education, there's still no replacement for a student to work a live cadaver to learn how to operate, but they can prepare for that by having that experience in virtual reality very realistically. And I like to combine this with medical ontologists that describe the anatomy conceptually and relate the two. So here's a picture of how with virtual reality goggles and headset, one can see a skeleton in front, and one can actually take pieces away from it and examine them more closely. And it could be labeled, it's not on this image, but each of these could be labeled by an identification from the ontology of there is a foundational model of ontology. But this is one picture, there's another picture of virtual reality, and there's the ontology that goes with it, and where that the bone in one finger in the hand is actually identified somewhere as an anatomical structure.
Professor?
Yeah, I'm almost,
Yes,
I cannot go through all my slides, but I think I showed you essential elements of what I envision. And I'm sorry about the technical mishaps, but I hope you still get a sense of what, again, what the vision is and how we can do some of these things now and the whole, but working towards a whole transformation that could be accomplished over time.
Yes, yeah. This is great, Professor. Actually, I did. I mean, like, I can see your dream here, and I can see the system and how it can be beneficial for learners, especially from different fields. I mean, like the one you showed with the anatomy and the different parts of the body and how they can see it. I mean, that's great. I mean, they can have it. I mean, just by one click, and then they can see all of this. That will be amazing. And so thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much, Professor Shergill. Do you want to wrap up? I mean, like if you have something to share, or yeah.
Let me just see what else I'm going to share those slides. The slides are more complete than my talk would have been anyway. But and I'm going to
We can
share
share
them.
all of these slides with the attendees.
Yes,
If
yes,
they aren't,
yes.
yeah,
Just
email.
a piece about assessment. I will say one thing about assessment.
Yes, sure.
The normal assessment method that in affected at American universities now does not have any basis in rationality or logic, in my opinion, because you give assignments, and then if the assignment is handed in late, you deduct points. So I never understood what handing in an assignment late has to do with understanding concepts taught in a course. Um, somebody may do poor on a midterm, but on the final, they will show they understand all these concepts. So why should the midterm grade pull them down in their final assessment? It makes no sense. Um, so in this overall system I just described, the idea is that every learning unit, including individual exam question, is linked to a learning objective. So, and we have multiple sources of evidence that point to the achievement of the objective at the end of the course. That's what matters. It doesn't matter at all what happens before. What matters is what objectives did the student achieve at the end of the course. And we can have a lot of evidence in for each individual objective, and then we can assign a score for each objective. And course grade is really not much important in my mind, but if one wants to, one can compute a course grade from these achievement scores, not from counting points and assignments and exams and course participation. None of these really get to the central question of assessment. What did the student learn? And by the way, transcripts should be, there is this idea of a competency transcript, which instead of what courses have you taken is what learning have you demonstrated in the course of your program, much more useful for employers. And I talked about that. In this system, we can collect a lot of data, huge amounts of data about students' interaction with learning units. And from this, we can, through machine learning, get a lot of insights of what types of learning units are useful for that student. And we can also get a lot of insights from the point of view of the learning unit, what kind of students it is useful for. And therefore, we can improve further matching. Because if we have this learning unit was good for a student with certain characteristics, and we have another student with a similar student profile, then we can suggest that learning unit to that other student. So it's the principle of recommender systems. But there's such a massive amount of data in the system that we can do a lot with machine learning. And I think you got from the presentation what the IT infrastructure needs to accomplish. And without the IT infrastructure, none of this can happen, because it just couldn't be done. You couldn't assemble all evidence for achievement of one objective in a student's course or even in a student's whole program. You need the infrastructure. With the infrastructure, this whole process is actually easier for faculty than what they do now. If they design their course inside the system, their learning objectives as they define them will be part of the ontology. And they will be linked automatically to program objectives of their program, which they have to do. Whenever you submit a new course, you have to show how your course contributes to academic program objectives. So it will be easier for faculty to do this. And I'm going to up this and just one limitation at the end. higher education, in my view, is in a bad way. It's driven mainly by business and administrative considerations, and not so much by sound educational principles. And so, I mean, the department needs to assemble credit hours, and so it needs to find students, and it needs to have students take all their courses in that department and not go elsewhere to take a course they really need to achieve their objectives, because that would detract from the credit hours that one department assembles. So within that environment, real educational innovation is difficult, and it's a serious limitation for this program. And with that, I think I will end. Okay.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Circle. This is really interesting. And as I said, I mean, like, it's a big dream. All the time I was wondering, like, how much of this actually you've actually tested in real classrooms and with real students. And do you have, I mean, like, have you used this system with, I mean, like, in cooperation with other schools? Have you tried it, or it's just, I mean, like, a suggestive models yet? I mean, like,
No,
not tested yet.
it is just a design idea.
Mm-hmm.
They are, as I said, there are all pieces of this being implemented. I mean, there's a lot of work that I'm actually not that intimately familiar with on using virtual reality in education. And so you could find a lot of websites that have programs in that do things in that. Likewise for simulations, for gaming, there's a lot of work on gaming in education.
Yes, yeah, true.
But there's not that large integrated system, and obviously, I could not possibly implement that.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I mean, it's big. It's really big.
And it would have to be university administration.
Yes.
That will take that and implement it.
Yes.
It's not no individual can do it. No, in my own grading, I try to do this objective-based grading and not. I don't give points for assignments, but actually, it's difficult to even get a course approved if you don't give percentages to certain pieces of work, because they say students have to know how much they need to work on this or that to get a grade. I mean,
yes.
This limitation is universities sell a product to students, and the product is grade and credentials. Mm-hmm. And each grade has a price in terms of effort you have to put in. And for the students, it's a lot about grades and not about learning. And I have a hard time in my courses to make students understand it's not about grades, it's about learning.
Yes.
Some students appreciate it and some don't.
Yeah. I'll now share with you some QA questions. So I'll give the attendees a chance actually to type in their questions, and then I'm going to share them with you.
If I may, Dr. Reem, can I ask?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Thank you so much for this enlightening talk. My question would be, how would we, or do you think that in the future we would focus on learning, cumulative learning instead of learning assessment? So we're not focusing on end of term assessment or mid of term assessment, but instead it's a matter of cumulative experience that we can measure the students throughout the semester.
Yeah, but we would give feedback throughout.
Definitely.
So clearly, I mean, the midterm exam is not a bad thing. If you then give students feedback, not just you got an A- on that exam, but how did you accomplish each of the course objectives? Then when the student did poorly on objectives, they could put more work into learning that, because it's not a matter of, I mean, it's not primarily grade. It's how do I achieve this objective? Am I going to be prepared as a physician to do X if I did not do well on X in the midterm? So students know how to direct their learning, but then a final assessment would come for a course would come at the end of the course, and it would look at so with all the feedback students received on the way on achieving objectives, they should be able to do better in the end to achieve all the course objectives at a reasonable level, and that would be the report card, if you will, would be not how well did you do in each assignment, but how well did you do on each objective. And at the end of a student academic program, there could be a competency transcript, which again is at the end, and it will be based on objectives, competencies, and skills. And it would tell an employer what this student actually knows and can do for them, much more than the present transcript with course just taking their grades. Did I answer your question?
Yes, definitely. Thank you so much.
Professor, I have actually a question about the learner profiles. So in having this design model, have you thought about the number actually of learner profiles that you will program for this system that you're planning to have, or you wish to have?
If the university has 30,000 students, we need 30,000 student profiles.
Yes, but I'm thinking, like based on the type of student that we have, it's not gonna be, really a big number. That I'm sure that we have standard types of, of learners profiles that, where, that's, we can have a group of students, falling under that kind of learner profile, and another group falling there, and so on. So, I was wondering if you actually thought about it before, or if actually you have a specific number, of learners profiles that you've programmed, or that it's there.
So you think we could
yeah, from the database
group students? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, to some extent, I think you could do that, but in my vision, there would be a student profile for every student. Now, if there are, I mean, clearly blind students studying medicine, which may be obviously it would limit them to some kind of medicine. So there could be a generic profile for a blind student studying medicine, and but among that group there are still many differences.
Right. Yeah.
And so you would still need so these prototypical learner. I don't really know how many of those there would be. But you could then, each individual student profile, you would indicate what prototype they belong to.
Yes.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, you're just now mentioning the blind, I mean, like students. So, do you have other kind of, I mean, like learner profiles in mind? I mean, like just so I can imagine what you're actually thinking. I mean, of the different learner profiles.
Let me check whether I can find the. I have a slide that talks about. Okay, so there are some examples of what kind of data would be in a student profile. And clearly, at some level, it's each individual student's profile.
Mhm.
But then one could even run some machine learning program that will identify patterns, that will identify some groups of similar profiles. Those would be the prototypes, but they would all be to really support individualized instruction. You need individualized person profiles. And the next slide has some data where one could fill an initial profile. And then a lot of the profile might be created later on based on the students' interaction with learning units.
Right. Yes. Yes.
There's a lot to be, the students learned a lot about the learning objectives in that unit, but the system learns a lot about the student as the student interacts.
Yeah. Feeding the system with the data, more data.
Yeah. The both the metadata of the student profile and the learning unit descriptions would both be continuously updated based on the experience of actually students interacting with learning units.
Yeah, that's
That
great.
is, I mean, tracking that interaction on a very detailed level will tell us a lot about the unit and a lot about the student. And we would save that information.
Right.
It's really an application of big data.
Yes,
There's
very, very
30,000 students.
big. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's
I can
it's
see, I mean, like, you can work on it. I mean, like, it requires a lot of data. I mean, like, just to start the system before collecting data, they learn themselves. So it's just,
right. But you know, for students, a lot of things you know from the application.
yeah,
So
of
the
course.
IT platform would have to have a application that could read student applications, the level of recommendation, the transcript, whatever is in that application dossier, and create a student profile from it.
Yeah.
That would be an own system in itself to program. It would use language analysis, and it would need all kinds of uh, sort of artificial intelligence almost type um, techniques to read the dossier, like read the learning, the level of recommendation,
Yes.
and extract from that some data for the student profile.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
It can be done. I'm not sure whether anybody did it, but it would be one little piece that somebody could write a doctoral dissertation on in computer science and make it part of the IT infrastructure.
Interesting that Professor Sergel. And I hope, I mean, like in another year, maybe you come here and you don't say it's a dream, but you say it's a reality implemented in schools and different actually educational institutes. And I will be happy, very happy to see this dream coming. I mean, to I mean, like schools and educational organizations and implemented in there. Thank you so much, Professor. And yeah, we're so happy to have you with us. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome, and I'm happy to be here.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. May Allah's peace, mercy, and blessing be upon you all. A very warm evening to our diligent listeners, intellectuals. We're truly glad to have had you for the entirety of this special event. My warmest thanks and appreciation go to all speakers, presenters, workshop partners who made a tremendous contribution to the success of ERL International Symposium. Special gratitude goes to our higher management led by PSU's leader, Dr. Ahmed Yamani, and the Vice President of the Women Campus, Dr. Hiba Khushem. And we won't forget to thank our beloved college dean, Professor Mahmoud Al-Mahmoud, and his Vice Dean, Dr. Alia Mitchell. We're also very grateful for the contribution of our keynote speakers, Professor Krashen, Professor Workrup, Professor Hume, Professor Sheehan, Professor Segarol, as well as our info workshop partners, University of Buffalo, SMP State University, Concock University, University of Central Lancashire, Regional Center for Educational Planning, UNESCO, McGraw Hill, King Abdulaziz Center for National Dialogue, and the Stock. Thank you so much. And also I'd like to thank you for your kind joining through all the social media account. And thank you for your comments and collaboration. And please feel free to contact us in the future. Thank you, attendees, for joining this special day. And your presence is really valued. We hope that you have enjoyed our symposium as much as we enjoyed you attending it. And we hope a very fruitful and informative experience for all of you now. And now it's time for me to say goodbye and have a blessed evening. I sincerely hope that our next ERL 2023 will be held in person or hybrid. Thank you and see you next year.